Welcome everybody back to the Dandenong Club Finals Day Premier Division Final for 2024-25. The two best teams by far and away in the home and away and final season have made it. Yarraville Footscray up against Deer Park. The Dogs, well, they're looking for their first ever victory at this level. Their first ever premiership at Premier level. Deer Park looking to become the first team to win 3 in a row. A remarkable achievement. Only 3 teams have won 3 or more total flags, to put that in perspective. And that is going to be a huge outcome if they can go back to back to back. Joining me, a man with all the insight into the kennel, is Gussie McIsaac. Gussie, how are you feeling and how are things amongst the Dogs? Confident?
Look, you always got to be confident. You've got to go out and be confident, but not overconfident. You've got to do the job and you've got to go through the process, and the result will result from that.
100%. So both skips just putting down their final bowls of the second roll-up hand and will be into the action, so that gives us a good chance to introduce both lineups for your live stream Rink in case you haven't already seen them. Yarraville Footscray, Vincent McElwain lead, Brandon Anderson third, Nelson Ball third, Brandon Anderson second, Nelson Ball third, and Nathan Black skip up against Harry Coleman, Chris Ball, Harley McDonald and Lee SCHRANER.
Wow, this is going to be the game of the century. It
has to be. We've been waiting for a real epic finish all season. We haven't quite won one yet.
What do you think of the matchup, Sammy?
I think the shuffle button has come through pretty clutch. Apart from, obviously, if you're not aware, so we picked the stream rink, the live stream rink that you'll see for the 21 hands. Anything else is a bonus, and then the other rinks are shuffled via the shuffle button through Bowls Link. That's a new feature for this season. As you said, Pidge versus Case on the rink next door.
That's made in heaven, that one.
Could go either way.
Yeah.
Cole and Litfin up against Matty Bouse, two absolute guns, and Craig Mills and Kevin Anderson shapes up a really fascinating matchup on the far rink. Nathan Bush and Dean Reaver in that rink are going to have to play well. We saw how good Craig Mills and Brendan Umbers were the other night.
Brilliant.
In the prelim final to get to this stage, or the semi-final rather.
And it's interesting, it came up in our pre-game meeting today, was who's going to be the players that will stand up today and be the Brendan Umbers or the Craig Mills.
Yes.
We put the challenge out to our players, be the one to play the winning bowls, and you don't have to wait to the end to do it at the start. You know, you don't always win games just at the end. You can win them at the start as well.
That's it. I think people have been asking me for a tip between the break that we have between the reserve and Premier Final, and it's hard to pick. I just still think, given the occasion and the history, of course, Deer Park, as we mentioned, going for a three-peat, they know these conditions very, very well. Yarraville needs to be sort of level or in front after the first 20 ends. That's where the grand final got away from Moonee Valley last season. Deer Park just jumped them, so start, as we know, is all important, but even more so on grand final day.
Someone asked me how I thought it would play out, and I said I hope Yarraville get off to a good start, get rid of the nerves, and then let Deer Park chase us all day.
No nerves.
And if they catch us, good on them.
No nerves. Harry Coleman, how's he going? Opening end, just corrects 2 feet, nails the line and draws a toucher on the opening end, if you don't mind.
The big thing for the players is deciding, especially for your leads, which hand do you play. There's a swinging hand and there's a holding hand. Vinny's playing that tighter side.
I actually did a bit of quick experimental work just as you guys ducked out for your rink meeting and threw a few down there for commentary purposes, if anyone was
Very
asking.
Nice surface.
Nice surface indeed.
Probably running 15.
Comfy speed, that's it.
The build-up for the game today is different to when I was in Premier Finals 20 years ago.
How so?
Well, you've got all these fly-ins, you see, so you don't get a chance to get the team together. It's very, very different. But they do their own preparation. And, of course, some of our guys had to come out of that cyclonic weather up north.
Unbelievable.
And we were worried about getting them down here.
So I just talked to Hayden during the week and a bit uncertain. I talked to you during the week as well, as Cullen was going to make it.
He was
obviously here, so...
He was in Sydney playing.
Right.
They were playing in that tournament in Sydney.
Cabra Forest side,
Yep. So they were there. So easy to get down from there. So it's been an interesting build-up.
Good shot from Beach, open things up, still the one down, but they get a look at the jack now. That's nicely played. And of course, the man for Deer Park who's been out with a few health issues. You say James Pearce hasn't played a final this yet during Deer Park's final campaign.
No, he didn't play in the last one. He's replaced Winston Brackley into the side, and they've shuffled the cards a little bit. So James Pearce, a very, very capable bowler, probably could do it on one leg.
So playing third for Matt Bouse over on that Rink up against Colin Litford. That's nicely played by Chris Ball. Gives Speed a good chance to reach into the head here. And it's the head already shaping up. One.
We've talked about this here before. The front end set up the game on this surface. And if they do their job, I think the best front ends that get the best of their bowls today, they will win the game. I think that's been the way it's sort of happened if you go back and look at a few past finals.
I reckon you're spot on. Bede's trying to play a bit of extra weight there and misses the line. So good opportunity for Harley McDonald to try and get to this first, draw a touch of first, try and clean it up a little bit.
So he's on the turning hand. This will swoop down onto those bowls.
Wants to change some angles up. Oh, heaps better, heaps better.
Great bowls. Still
at least a couple, in fact, in for three, and those jack-eye bowls have been taken away. Everything past the jack now, so...
Lots of noise, isn't there, Sam? You can cut the air with a knife, really. It just...
Usually takes a little while for these sort of crowds to build up and gain a bit of momentum as the game goes on. But, yeah, you guys have travelled well. Deer Park have packed out the other side of the green to where we're situated in the commentary booth. And, yeah, good atmosphere.
I do have to say, it's a proud moment for the West to have these two teams representing them here today, and they are the best in the West, and they're going to have a game and a half. This will just go on and on and on. Do not leave your screens. Good shot there, Nelson Ball, and he gets one shot. They get their finger up, Kitty in the ditch. Changes in a blink, doesn't it? 3 down,
well,
one
I said
up.
That might change what sort of way they were playing. Nelson's gone bigger, rebounding Jack into the ditch, and Yaraveville go from 3 down to holding a pretty handy 2.
Yeah, he's saying maybe 2 or 3, is it? Lee's a cool customer though. He's just, drawing to these ditches. They're pretty even. They can pull up. Not an easy task.
So a pretty nice shot on here for Harley Mack, despite the fact they've gone from 3 up to 2 down to Land Vinnies. They've got theirs to promote on the way in. There are touches there. He's playing a bit away. He's not far away with a clear road up the front.
It's...
Okay, good. So takes Vinnies away. So
did he play the backhand there?
No.
It seemed to...
I can't imagine he would have.
No.
I thought forehand would have been into their bowls and into their touches, but you're right.
I think it looked like it was moving.
Funny with the line, wasn't it? Because it looked like it was on target.
Yep. Nelson trying to add another one here.
Nelson not far away. How's he gone?
He's gone pretty good. It's going to go in. Yeah. Good effort. Gave it a chance. Hey, we've got 3 balls playing out here today.
Unbelievable. Have you ever seen anything like it?
Nope. We might never see it again,
So obviously Chris and Nelson up against each other. The old man is in the Yarraville Dogs shirt. Where is he? He's playing...
Gary.
Can't even see where he is right now.
Gary is...
Where's he disappeared to?
He's playing. He's playing for Millsy.
Playing second for Craig Mills on the far end. Yep. Oh, there he is. Sat down after N1.
Yeah. He conserves his energy.
Long game. It's about 4 degrees warmer down this end as well, mind you.
It was his birthday the other day, and he won the club singles.
I saw that. Happy birthday. It's a good birthday present.
It was a great present.
So Leroy has to sort of given up that option and is going to back himself to try and draw this one off. Jack in the ditch. Yarraville holding one. Needs to get the anchor out.
See, it's almost downhill coming. Once it turns, it runs.
It's a little bit downhill past the 6-foot mark, I think. Yeah.
And it does sort of grip on that side. It does tend to, speed up a little bit.
Yeah, you get some greens where the very edge can help them come to rest. There's nothing like that here.
And congratulations to yourself, Sam, on Division 1.
Thank you,
that is the hardest division to win.
As you said, finally we have something in
We have something in common.
So there you go.
Very proud of you.
Nathan Black, well, the boys that have tried to draw to the ditch here have absolutely nailed the line. None of them yet to find the speed. It was like the reserve game. You could have picked any of the 8 rinks to stream here and you would have won. It would have been a good game to watch.
Oh, noise city. Kevy's come to play. Noise factor's gone up. He plays at Moama on carpet, Big Kev. So he'll come to play on this. This will be like being at home for him.
And he's sat the bowl out for could be as many as 5 or 6 on the far ring. Craig Mills does have something to go.
Is he going to clear this bowl? He is. It's a fair effort.
Huge track, doesn't run the trip. So free chance for Nathan Black to add in a second here.
Pidge, speaking of good carpet players.
Yeah, we got a taught a lesson up at Sebastian, the group sides final, or region sides.
Yes.
Pardon.
Yeah. Nathan Black, another great carpet bowler. They can play on anything, these guys, of course.
Doesn't matter, does
No.
it? You just pick up a bowl, you tell them the speed, and away they go.
Yeah. He's close. He's got to run.
All right, so Nelson Ball with a pretty important hit. The jack rattles round and gets all the way up into the ditch for one, and the doggies will take the opening end, Angus.
And I've got a little job to do. I'm managing the side. As I say, anywhere in a good side.
I should have introduced the part that you're a side manager today, so very grateful you've given us a few minutes of your time early on. We'll let you go in a second.
It's a pleasure. I have been playing in the side for the last 3 years, but I had a couple of weeks off and played in our seconds this year and helped them out, I hope. We stayed in Div 1, so it's good. So had a nice year, just not playing too much bowls, but just enough.
Just enough to annoy us when you played us. That's good.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Casey and Brett Marnie going bowl for bowl.
Yeah, this is...
Case flicks it out of bounds.
Do you know they played each other last Tuesday in the final, the Tuesday final? They were playing against each other. Imagine rocking up a club, seeing those two guys on a Tuesday bowling against each other, and you're like, what's going on?
Must be nice to have that time free to be able to throw them down, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, how's this kid going? He is getting better every time we see him play.
I do have to say that Bowls Victoria's got the scheduling right this year. We've got big game today, Labor Day tomorrow, day off for everyone. How good's that?
A few comments I've had about that. Look, it's nice that that's worked out that way.
Yeah. It's very good. We've got Mad Monday on tomorrow, so I was asked to do some...
I don't think you're the only ones around town either, Gus.
Nah. Well, we haven't done it before, so it'll be...
correct, yeah.
I've even got my outfit.
What have you noticed that not allowed to give away?
It's retro. I'm going back
round
to the very start of my career. I've got all my gear, so I'll just go back.
Bowls theme or non-bowls theme?
It's either come as your favourite character or come retro bowls. So go back to your original clubs. I know there's a few guys in this team that's got a lot of different shirts.
Yeah. Craig Mills crashes the front and Kevy having a laugh, not unusual. I think they've held on to a couple, has he or not?
Bushy's measuring that.
I'm not sure he has. Craig Mills might have worked his way in with the first one.
Two
it was.
Two. Yes, as expected, the heads will be good to watch here. They'll be fairly tight.
Yeah, first thing going back in this direction.
Yes.
We'll just sort of shorten it up slightly.
Well, this will be the length that Yarraville will want to play, and you'll find that Deer Park will stretch it out and play more ditch to ditch. Especially Lee likes his...
that's a given, really, isn't it? Yep.
Yeah. I noticed in their roll-up, that's all they were practicing, so...
Okay.
So we're ahead of schedule, are we?
Yeah, we are, although I expect this game to go on a long time, especially if we get a close game, as we imagine we will, especially the later stages of it. You'll notice pretty much every rink, the thirds are sat at the head, aren't they?
Yep.
Leads and twos following their second bowls down.
The standard's been phenomenal this year, though. Yes. I mean, even across the board.
It's good to come out on a Friday night and just watch it sometimes, mate.
Yeah.
Right. Look at your 8 skips names on the graphic there. Like, that's,
Yeah.
It's just about as good as it gets.
And your Prem B is the same. You know,
Yeah.
the games you had here today, and you know the teams that are in that so close. You know, you couldn't separate most of them.
MCC will be good value going into next season as well.
They've done a fantastic. I mean, I was at MCC. They've done a fantastic job. Really,
it was their lineup earlier. Yeah.
I look at you know how we look at the skips here. I look at MCC's leads.
Yeah,
and
it's
go,
the common theme.
Wow. Russ Green Jr.
Unreal.
Cutter, Brett Layton, like you know, fantastic bowlers.
McDonald uses the wing bowl to get back down for shot. Might be close for a couple. Harry Coleman's close for the second.
He's watching this. It will turn under, I think.
I think he's just crashing.
Yeah, not quite the weight.
Doesn't make it any easier to draw from the forehand. If anything, it straight Nathan Black up or Yarraville on the backhand. The only problem is,
well, he wants
Yaraville, no real representation past the head here. In fact, all 6 bowls are. Well, one of the beach one's close to Jack high out the corner. Everything else is short of the Jack here. So this one will drift past. So stays on. Deer Park holding one. Whoa. One, maybe 2, and everything past the Jack. So
there's a bit of a lip. There's a bit of a lip there on those.
We said going away there was nothing to stop them, but that's taken a funny little walk at the end.
Yeah, there's something happened where they dropped the bowls down on the green. It's created a little lip, so they do sit.
Interesting, Nathan Black sticking with the forehand draw here.
Well, he looks pretty good. It will turn from there.
He hasn't thrown it, and
that hand is about an extra 2 or 3 foot of weight you need to play.
So Leroy with a chance early, if he can get down to Jack movement, Deer Park holding 1 or 2, everything past the Jack. Definitely has the pace to trail the Jack.
He's looking for it. It's just got to get back, and it won't.
Oh, look at the speed.
They just don't come at the end there.
Another one pass. They've got everything. So they're 2 down. There's Nathan Black look to try and get near to scoring, or does he just throw one pass and try and split some bowls up near the back? Doesn't want to go try and hunt the shot and get real close and crash anything up the front. Asking for it to move a bit.
He's got the...
What weight has he got?
He's got the pace. Will it turn?
Needs to hurry.
That just did not want to come.
If you wanted a chance to make 7 or 8 in the opening ends of a grand final, here it is. Lee SCHRANER, trail of the Jack for 100.
Does Yaraveville have anything beyond?
Nothing.
Well, he's
half a bolt tighter.
Yeah.
But quicker.
It's not going to turn. It's very weight dependent.
I don't know. I'm not going to say anything because I'm sitting here commentating it. But it was just tight of the line, but a fraction quicker. You just see him holding the line the whole way.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, they'll take the 2. They're on the board. Gussie, we might let you go because you've got
thanks, mate. Have a great call.
A big day ahead of you. And we'll go through the Rink graphic. Gussie, well done.
Yeah,
good
thanks,
luck
mate.
today,
Hopefully
mate.
I'll talk to you later on.
Sounds
Cheers.
good.
Bye.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
See there, the Rink graphic. So across the board, Brett Marnie taking on Mark Casey, what we talked about. James Pearce in, playing third for Matt Bouse. How's the Colin Litfin Rink, by the way? And Craig Mills, we touched on. Very impressive in the semi-final last week at the Ponds. And Knackers, also known as Matty Tobre, is back in. Bit happening early, isn't there?
Definitely. Afternoon, Sammy.
Big chance goes missing early for Deer Park. Will they get another chance to make a number like that in the game? You never know. You've got to take your opportunities while they're there. Leroy just missing out. 2 to Colin Litfin on the opening end. As we mentioned, still 0-0 between Colin Litfin and, Brett Marnie and Mark Casey. Dead end on end number 1. Help me out here, Knackers. Come on. Carry me.
There was another dead end as well, wasn't it? On Rink 5. Matty Bouse and...
you'd be correct. Given they're going the way they played the first end and it's only 2-0 after 1. Yep. Did you decide on the tip? Because I was still undecided. Usually I'm pretty sort of back in whoever and go with it, but just not sure. It's too hard to pick a winner here. I'll jump on the fence.
You're going to jump on the fence. That's
Yeah.
normally me. I'm the fence sitter. I'm going to go Deer Park.
I just think he goes down to the last 2 or 3 hands.
Hopefully.
It's so funny, everyone real up and about the first sort of end or two. Every good bowl is acknowledged across the green, and then everyone just gets on into their work. And there you go, disco, Chris Ball,
Hasn't
the
missed
jack.
yet. Hasn't missed this way yet.
No,
Great first end.
sure, a touch or two the first end, and then the bruv just came down
Yeah,
and
and
got him,
flipped
didn't
it
he?
over the top.
Yeah.
Beautiful from Nelson.
Hit the jack, rebounded off the side, and followed into the pit. You're
You
welcome.
Take that, brother.
Absolutely. How's the old boy going? We'll have to keep an eye on him. He's a bit far away from where we are. He's on the far rink. Beach right on here, just overplayed at a fraction. Probably didn't need to lose his bowl.
Nice little crowd building on the far side, Sammy.
Saying to Gussie, the Yarraville crew have a few down here. Deer Park always
Deer
travel
Park
well.
have got plenty of cheer.
They always bring a lot of members, supporters, family, the like down to watch. Right here again, any touch off the wing bowl and he gets back down to what they're looking for.
Yeah, shake of the head from Chris.
Well, you can
Thought
see
it was a good bowl.
He's slightly undisciplined to lose the bowl in the pit with the head the way it was, but you get even a chance. If you trail the jack again, it's almost lights out. So you can see the idea. What's Beach going here? Doesn't like it, giving it away.
Clapping the hands.
Yeah, sort of corrected both. Confident draw, Harley McDonald on the back end. Plenty of angles to use off the wing bowls. Not badly down here, Matty Yote. Harley Mack, is he getting all the way up to count?
No.
Yep. Easy
Yeah.
too. Yes.
Still needs a mat to get to the jack.
He does. He doesn't create any angles for else to use. There's still that nice sort of port to lurk into. Feels like it's one of their ends where whoever gets the jack again, it's going to be pretty hard to beat.
There's Nelson looking, Sammy.
Chance here.
He's close.
Nelson Ball just doesn't want a gap now.
Oh.
He's staying on.
Oh.
Oh, and it's a little bit downhill. We've seen a few already. Just pick up
Yeah,
speed.
I thought that was going to stop.
Bit. It's a little bit different. Loses the bowl and still two, and Harley Mack knows the area to throw them in here after his first. He's counting. Pretty good here again.
Oh, he's on track.
He's on a better track here. Can he get up to the jack?
He has.
Oh, no touch. He's going to come to a real good spot. If it stops eventually, it does. And in for three. Nothing else to work off. Something past the jack and ditch is real handy. No reaction from Nelson, but that wouldn't be
No,
unusual.
Oh, it's starting
Maybe
to
that's
duck.
why. Just to hurry up past this. What does it do, Knackers? Does it straighten them up so Blackie can have a run at the jack, or is it still down here working off the wing bolts back down to it on the draw? Leroy will get first crack.
I think he'll attack it.
How are we going?
SCHRANER.
Oh, you'll get stuffed. You can't be doing that on the third end. Touch of the jack down the line for four. Not bad, eh? You're like, I do this every Monday night when I play the DC 12,000 here. Yeah. No, you don't.
Wouldn't have thought so.
No, you don't.
All right, is he going to go attack it?
I think so.
Yep.
Here's your first highlight. Nathan Black, backhand Runner needs to move. Oh, no. That's nothing. Still 4.
Yeah, I think he's right. He's got to touch this jack in.
If he touches it in, it gives Nathan Black nothing at all to work with. Doesn't mind it. Doesn't mind it. Just needs to get up here. Oh, he can't trail it in without speed, but
So what is it?
probably in. 5.
Paddler's saying 5.
I think he's going to change the weight he's playing here
Just
to
over?
try and trail it in or get back and work off the bowls. A few more angles potentially. No, still solid weight. Urging this one to hold on. Oh, this is going to go, isn't it?
Five it is.
There's your first pick up of the game. 5 the way of Lee Schraner's Rink, and exactly what Yarraville didn't need to happen. Dropped a number early and straight away they're chasing the game. Only early stages, of course. Just saying to Gussie before, it felt like Yarraville needed to either
Do a
be
little bit of
level
a
or be
Fitzroy.
in front in the first 20
Jump
or
out of
so
the blocks.
ends. Yep. Just to give Deer Park something to think about and make them known they're in this contest. 11-4. It's a 2 the way of Matty Bowser on the board as well.
Harry Coleman.
Yeah. Pretty fair start. He's only had 2 or 3 touches in the first 3 ends.
What's the reply from Vinny like? Pretty close to the jack. Another touch of the jack. That's Vinny not liking this out of the hand.
What's going on, Knackers? Nothing much.
Well, no,
Harry
yeah,
Cole,
there's
Harry
been-
Coleman had a touch when I left. 30
yeah,
seconds
and then
ago.
Vinny got it back, and then Harry touched it again.
Kevy with the runner on the far ring, takes a few out, reduces the count just to 1. So Craig Mills on the board.
Oh, good ball there. great bowls, Brandon Anderson.
Yeah, didn't quite find at the opening 3 ends, and an important player. One of many Geelong-based players in the grand final from both sides this afternoon. Especially Yarraville, a strong contingent. Brendan Umber's down the far end playing third. Important player for Yarraville's side. They've got the thirds and skips to go with Deer Park. Just the front end's probably the question in terms of consistency over the 84 ends.
Yeah, fair call.
Charlie Mack has been in the area just about every bowl he's played so far. Backhand arriving, and this is the old commentator's curse, is it, Knackers? Yep. Takes Harry's back bowl out, but lands himself, so they've still got one past the jack. 3 down. What's to go here, Matty-O? What are they looking to
Nathan
do?
Black's calling for some cover just behind. On the forehand.
Backhand?
Forehand. Which I've heard is the trickier side. Turns a lot more.
Oh, brilliant Knackers. They're getting round you, mate. Why did that happen? You paid them to do that.
Yeah.
Gary Ball, of course, Matty-O.
Yeah, won the singles, didn't he? For
The main man, Knackers. Affectionately known in the
got 2 on there.
lawn bowling community as Harley Mack is looking with a bit more intent here. Very high line.
Is he going to get down?
Flicks 1 out. Yeah, so back to 2. Shot bowl looks pretty difficult to get to. I do have a toucher up the front, of course. Harry Coleman's opening bowl to work with as well. Some ball looking for a bit of cover here.
Yeah, it's done it well.
Yeah, pretty nicely played. Won't be in the count, I don't think. As you can see, the way the jack and the bowl are lined up, if it's soft weight and the jack just hangs around, is not really any good. Yeah, Harles has been on heat the opening 3 ends until them 2 backhand runners.
Yeah, you put the moz on him.
Apologies.
Larry Donahue.
Larry D is one of my favourite people in lawn bowls, Matty-O. He's one of the nicest blokes I've ever come across and can play.
Oh, County.
Yeah, a big part of Deer Park's success in the last couple of seasons. Super attempt, stays on, gives them an extra pass, you can see there. Nathan Black just looking to forehand draw either side of the orange here, I reckon, Matty. Doesn't really want to fatten anything up on the backhand side.
I think that'll be the way to go. Just lining up forehand. He's chasing it.
Half interested here, just needs to beat the orange with the good speed. Got the good speed, needs to navigate.
Oh, great speed.
Navigate right onto the belly of it and fell out. Wasn't the ideal result. So Leroy, after picking up a big 5, a couple down here,
Yeah,
but
he likes it.
he's getting after it again. Oh, Matt, did he send it? No, look at the track. Track all time, just lacking, not even a 1.5 foot, 2 feet to get there. So important for Yaraville to win this end. They will. Anything extremely silly from Nathan. How do you go, Knackers?
No, I think he's short.
Line again, so they'll
2.
pick up an important 2. They get 2 of them back. Casey's Rink play good end, snag a 3, so Park 14-7.
So
They're the opening 10 ends of your Premier Division Grand Final. Yes.
what do you do with the mat, knowing Lee SCHRANER's going to go T to T pretty much every end?
time?
Yeah.
Yeah, something different. You can't afford to play one pit to pit and do a. What
Well,
they do? They did a 5.
Do you try not
there.
to not to put the jack near the tee? You know, give him a different look. Definitely gone shorter.
Yeah, sort of speaking to Gussie just before. Obviously, the go is to play short more often than not. And
It was interesting
maybe open a touch
in
of
the
jack.
roll up. Yaraveville went T to T. Obviously, knowing that
Sort
there'll be
of,
plenty of times they're going to have to go to it.
back themselves to whatever's been working. I haven't really seen it. I haven't seen enough of Yarraville really play over the course of the year. Actually, did a live stream early in the season, round 2, where they played Deer Park. And then you probably watched more of the semi-final than I did the other night out at Moonee Ponds, did you?
No, I didn't.
You've got time to watch that. More time than I do. That's
Get
a
out of it.
lie.
Well, it's interesting. They've all been passed
They have just
with that little change up of mat.
How'd you go, Knackers? You got yourself kitted out for the Vic Open. Did you get anything from the bowl shop that you needed here for a month's time? Not even a month's time. It's only a few weeks away.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to our triples, Sammy.
Hey, fire up. Let's go. Yeah, a large amount of entries. Matthew.
Yeah, it's
In
great
fact,
to
the most
see.
entries we'll have since the Vic Open's been down Traralgon. So I think for the men's singles, you've pretty much got every rink at every club in use that we can get. We'll be playing in the car park.
It's exciting. Vic Open's a great event. I've always enjoyed it. We've got a little bit of training with our host clubs next week. Just getting them ready.
Beach locked in from the last 2 he played the end before, set it up well for Yaraville and
Had
gets
good weight
a
with
friendly
both.
slide off the front, falls down in front of the jack. Yeah, holds 2. I thought Chris was almost lining up with a bit of weight there. The really quick
Lee
backswing.
saying to stop.
Oh, it was quick out the hand. There you go.
Well, this mat change has worked, Sammy.
Has for the moment, correct? Really, if there was ever a day, we always talk about it, a day for you click the red button and get the match choice or the rink choice, and you can just flick it into any rink at any stage. This would be it. Litfin v Bouse. Bouse 3-2 after 3. You wouldn't imagine that Matty Bouse would come out and he'd have to respond after the other night at Moonee Ponds. So he'll admit outplayed by Craig Mills' team. McDonald, that's 0 from 3 with any weight on the backhand
Well,
side.
since you've absolutely put the moz on him.
No pardon for the entire game.
This is good again from Nelson.
This is a good area. Just wants to leave that gap there. Miss Beach is really good. And I'll be pretty happy with that. One pass. Doesn't build the target.
Gonna go again. Brett Marnie next door. Here goes Harvey Mack.
Right again, much closer here. Knackers wants to split in the jack. Oh, gets it through the jack, and it's always the hardest, Matty, when we can't see where the jack's. So we go and wait for the boys to get the markers. So Jack has stayed
Far
in,
left.
out to the far right from behind the camera. Yeah, backhand draw, you'd imagine, for Leroy. One to Deer Park, all of that, so that's a good hit, that's a good result. PG makes the 3 next door. Big time bowl. Big time reaction. No surprise though. Fair shake, Nathan Black.
Yeah,
Wasn't actually all that
close.
far away in the end.
So it's Harry Coleman's shot bowl. It's hard to see when Nelson and Harry got the same bowls.
Yeah, definitely won the way at Deer Park. You'd back Nathan Black to back off with 2 feet here and at least make a certainty of the second. Not go close for shot. Doesn't hate it, just wants it to run a bit.
Needs to run a bit more.
Does need to push past the front. And overcorrected here. It's going to pull up short.
Calls of Lee's last bowl being close to in the count.
Can't be.
Well, this is closer.
So to get down and inbounds.
Closer.
To get inbounds or not.
Oh, that's a good call.
The weight's fine. I'm not totally convinced it's... Is there any piece of it inside the ring peg? No one really knows.
He's saying it's out, I think.
Yeah, Nels reckons out.
Lee SCHRANER's having a look.
Very,
Can't say whether
very
it's
hard to tell. Yeah.
Umpire.
They'll have a look. If it's got down, it's obviously definitely a counter either way. Deer Park will win the end, so...
Well, they're going to have a look at the other one as well.
Yarraville,
Harvey Mack was saying it was close.
Yarraville responding, but the main difference on your stream rank early days.
Well, we've got our ITO, John Graham, with the mirror. Just one semi. So the Lee SCHRANER bowl was out. Vinny's bowl was second. So won the Deer Park.
Sorry, Knackers. Just bear with me. You're doing the scores.
No, you've got the keyboard.
Oh, not an 8. Whoops. Sorry.
Is that something we don't know about further down the track?
Oh, imagine that.
Ooh,
What end was it? 14 or 15?
For Nathan Black.
All right,
gets an 8.
Stay tuned.
Imagine that.
Oh, wow. 1.
1 to Deer Park. Gee, it's really close in the other rinks, isn't it, Sammy?
Oh, that's well observated, Matthew. Well done.
A little bit different to what we saw in our earlier game. Congratulations to MCC winning the Prem Reserve flag.
A very happy coach that we saw
Wasn't he?
in our break. And a quote from him, "That's all me," is I believe what
Pretty
came
much.
across, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty happy with his efforts.
I said, you know.
Very,
no,
very
it was all about
as
Lloyd.
As you would be.
Yeah, it was all me. No, congratulations, MCC. They've been the best team all year and proved it in the finals and get promotion to Prem next year. I think they were trying to get you to sign something at the end of between the match, weren't they, Sammy? Or was it autograph or?
No, well, they were trying to get you to sign the contract for next season. Lloyd
What, to be their water boy?
Their third need a hand.
Yeah. Good correction there from Vinny.
St Vincent played down here in the Vic Indoors over the last winter. That seems like a long, long time ago, probably because it is. And a burn on this rink. You expect him to...
He's definitely been one person who has thrived off the Pennant permit. Vinny Mack.
Oh, here come the comments.
He's loved it.
Played in Traralgon's premiership.
Yeah, didn't he? Able to go back
Saturday. Bad angle here with Vinny's on the way in, just down to the speed. Giving this a good shake here from Brendan Anderson.
Great ball.
Play, stopping in time. Jack Eye, this is training drill sort of stuff if you're Chris Ball. 2 feet through the shot bowl. Get down to the jack is a good result as well.
Yeah, he's chasing it.
Still needs to turn. Oh, here it comes now.
Here it is.
Training drill sort of stuff.
Tick.
There goes the shot bowl, and
2 down.
Close. Good shot. You notice, matey, the comments are a bit quiet. Well, YouTube's up and running now, so
we've had more issues,
back
have
in
we?
the world.
Oh,
no,
gosh.
YouTube's up and running. That's
is
good.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wasn't this morning.
We're back. So Kevy, after a big bowl in the opening end, Craig Mills was able to cut it back to 2, and then since then
pushed ahead.
One every end since, and now 6-2. I'm assuming that's after 4 ends.
So you were saying before that there's an option coming next season where we can flick a button and watch any rink being played. Is that right?
No, I didn't. I said that would be nice to have.
I thought you said it was coming.
It's all about things that are nice to have.
Yeah.
For example, live overall score on the score out.
Oh,
nice
come on.
Would be nice to have, but never going to happen.
No, it's going to come in April.
Yeah, I'll believe it when it's actually there.
Yeah, so will I. Big shout out to our 3 top levels, all live scoring this year.
Shot here, Harley Mack.
Yeah, great ball.
Get him off the backhand, runners, and he'll give you bowls on the head. That's nicely played. Gets all the way down to make a certainty of it.
I'll tell you what, round finals time, live scoring. Absolutely worth gold.
Yeah, except if one rink doesn't do it.
Yeah,
isn't that right?
that was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, Coop did well. Six to the far rink. Boys in venue. I haven't updated to 4 ends, but it has to be. So Yarraville have done a good job, and so is Nelson.
Great ball.
Holds on, gets a roll out of the shot bowl.
It's his brother. Knocked his brother out.
I think, well, that was Harley Max, but I can see how you'd be confused. I think, sort of drawing on the backhand to it.
Casey next door gets one.
Big shot. I reckon he thought he was on for a bigger result based on the reaction, and
Maybe he was a few down.
it's one shot. Sort of weight and into the head narrow would have been an okay sort of result.
What's the temperature under this dome, Sammy? It's
More
bloody
than,
hot, isn't
more
it?
than 20.
Oh. Not as hot as last year, though. Whew.
More love for you knackers on the far rink.
At least there's one knackers that can bowl.
Whoa! Correct. All right, so now still into the head here. You can get down to the oranges will
that
be
would be a
ideal.
good result.
Oh, wow.
Ah,
Oh, wow.
Great ball.
That's a huge shot. It
That's
gets
nearly
down.
4.
It is, absolutely.
What a ball.
3 close for the 4th.
Does he let his brother know about that? Hey, bro, did you see that one? Imagine playing against you.
That's pretty fair.
Playing against your brother.
You wouldn't see that in a Prem final too often. Yes,
Oh, I haven't done my research, so I'm not making a call.
Comments are pretty good for that sort of thing. Leroy with quick
having a little
speed
run
on the back end. Well, this is all down to result sitting now.
Ooh.
No result. Does clear that one out of the way. Missing you was getting into the pack.
Thanks, Maisie.
Shuffle button, how's that called? Knackers this season. I know the Heathmont boys are big fans, but
Yeah, not. No, I did a bit of research the other day.
you did.
Yes.
You did your research there.
Did some testing.
You satisfied?
I am. It definitely moves. It's just some players think that it doesn't. Yeah, it's a good spot.
Yeah, it's got some coverage in case it sort of back cuts the jack and it stays in. What's now Knackers? Nothing really changes in the head. Looking for probably 3 shots, give or take, the way Yarraville. There's an option to get back to the forehand draw and arrive, or what would you play?
Harvey are definitely having a really good talk about it.
What would you play, Matthew?
I liked what he played last time.
Backhand runner again?
Yeah. Yep. It's gone forehand this time.
Good hit. Won't go down in the good result category. Still looks the 2. Nathan Black with 1 to come can.
Wow, if you can
if he
get a
just
little
has
bit
to
of
trail
jack
it.
movement on the
You're not going to
forehand.
get as far as Beaches, and it brings in another couple, you'd think.
So where's third shot, Sammy? Is it the orange? Just about
the
Jack high.
orange that's at just, yeah, Jack high, yep.
Right. Yeah, Jack movement over will make a big number. He's stalking it. Calls have come on Nathan.
Doesn't have the weight to trust the Jack, but he might have the
Draw
speed
in.
to count. Take the extra one, absolutely,
Yeah.
especially the way the game's been going early. There's your confirmation, gets there, and that's 3 shots.
Yeah, well played Nelson Ball, that end.
That's a good call, Mattio.
Yep. And Jack back where, the mat back where it was before, this way.
The second shot from Nels just to get a roll out of
Yeah.
both bowls was
2 great bowls.
delicate.
Harry Coleman will be looking to improve from his efforts here last time.
There you go,
Yeah,
Mac,
that's a
the-
good starter.
The Ball brothers played each other yesterday as well in the
Geelong.
Prelim. Premier Division Grand Final. Well, early lead change. Yarraville have hit the front after 3 shots the way of Nathan Black and 3 the way of his good mate Colin Litfin. And this is exactly what they needed after it looked like Deer Park were up and about real early.
Yep.
Evened out, and so much so, they're back in front as we approach the 20-end mark.
A good change up here from Harry.
Not terrible lead bowls. Another end going the way of Craig Mills down the far end. Page not far away. He's been pretty solid the last
Yeah, he's been impressive.
couple ends.
Him and Nelson.
9-2 your scoreline. I'll have to have a look because I reckon the ends are out one down there.
It's a good change by Chris. Yep. Look for a little bit of weight here, Sammy. Disturb the head.
On the forehand side.
Yep.
Still drifting.
Brett Marnie doing everything he can to get that shot bowl in there.
And a firing knackers. It's definitely 9-2 after 5 if the boys
Yep.
have the score out. Do you want to go and tell them, or will they realise
Well,
that?
not really.
themselves?
Why
Not really.
don't you go and tell Knackers?
Yeah, I just did.
Right, Nelson Ball on the backhand.
Good call from Itchy T. Watch you on Facebook. Harry Coleman, similar surface here, similar sort of game in the region sides final, and went along very nicely. He started really, really well here as well. 6 ends in, 7 ends now. He's 2 bowls right on top of it.
So the call for draw. What did you think of that, Sammy?
Yeah, I would have gone probably a little bit aggressive early to
change
try
it up
and
a
open
bit.
things up.
See what the call is now. No, it's still draw. And he needs to add a mat. It's a big mat.
Yeah, good, good miss in the end.
Just stays on.
Good miss, what am I on about? Mate, I need some wake-up juice, knackers. Help me out.
Well, tell you what, Nathan Black, again, is going to be under pressure. This is looking like
Also
4
this is
here.
getting down to the count, is it?
Yep.
That'll be in, leaves a gap and counting. Yeah, it's nicely played.
Does he go the absolute draw on this? He's called it twice from Nelson. Does turn a bit that side, Sammy.
What's he played? Just a draw.
Yep.
Doesn't want to be short on the line, I don't think. Just get away. Have to do it with his last. All of a sudden across the board with the Craig Mills Rink.
Well, SCHRANER's going to apply the pressure now.
Yeah, well, they need to. All of a sudden, Yaraveville have just caught a mini break here over D Park.
Can't be dropping a 5 now in this game.
I'm not
What is
sure
it?
if that's counting. Potential Shelvin Kirko to work with.
Couple deep breaths from Nathan Black. All right, here we go. It's gone a little bit quicker.
Beach in the way. Needs to get down. Nothing. No result. It's unlucky. It's unlucky. Fine margins in grand finals, knackers, and there's one of them. He's going to come and have a look at things. What's happening, knackers? Is there a chance for even more shots to be made than the 4 they hold?
Oh, yeah, Jack Back.
Harry Coleman's putting his foot in a spot that he likes to look off.
Jack Back could be 6 or 7.
Brings everything in, doesn't it?
I'm not sure about Lee's first ball.
Another chance for a huge multiple. If SCHRANER can produce the goods, how's he getting to the jack? Radio up through Harry's front one. Such a good delivery of the lawn bolt.
Wow. I think he's taken 2 out.
Yeah, too wide. He just fell out. It's a tricky angle to get a look.
Going to the measure.
Either way, it's a. I wouldn't have been saying this after the first half a dozen ends and needed multiple the way of Deer Park just to stay in touch for now. Matty Bowes picking up 1, moves to 5 apiece. Thought this saw us well, Joshy, and so did you, Radio, that Nelson might have gone early to try and open that one up.
I'm analysing that. Nelson should definitely have gone with maybe his first. They're lucky there, Fitzroy. Footscray, Yarraville.
Yep.
Very
you and
lucky.
I both.
Very lucky.
Is it time we take ourselves off? All right, here's your grand final, 25-22. Absolutely in the balance as we approach quarter time.
And no surprise, back to T.
Craig Mills running on the far end. What can you see, Matthew?
He's chasing it. Got a gap. Your mate, Larry Donahue.
Larry D.
It's been good, Harry Coleman.
Benny McAway needs to respond.
Good.
Does. Slice it down the line. Shows a bit of chalk.
Yeah, Harry Coleman.
I don't know if it forces a change of hand. Obviously, that's what he's being called on. Nice angles to work with. Nice shot to play here. Oh, Vincent, no gap, no gap. Gets a little bit of the jack out to the side. Well done.
Yeah, good change up.
What do you got for me, Knackers?
That's big, Kev.
All right, they needed that. They pick up a
1.
2 or 3. Any more going on? 3, important pick up. Puts you all square at 25 apiece. There's Beach, good angle here. If he gets under, that's
great
brilliant.
ball.
That is brilliant. This is a pretty good change from Chris.
Good.
Oh, he's just going to stop in time to get a really, really good second shot.
Changing his hand now.
Good attempt. Doesn't really make it any easier for Harley Mack, I don't think. They've got this is sort of a metre pass just out of screen back towards in line with the tee. And Vinny McAway right on the edge of the ditch. Almost the area for a two-bowl play. Seen something similar playing against Matthew Lucas yesterday, actually, Matty O.
Tell us about it, Sammy.
Something more about what's happening here. Just something, bit of a position in case they were to get it through the jack. Don't have to get shot yet. No, because they've still got 3 bowls to play this end. Bit of protection if the bowl goes with the jack. I'll look to play the shot now and get under beach and try and land the bowl out. If he gets it through the jack, it's okay.
Not far away.
Although, losing ball is not going to make it any easier.
Yeah, they're happy with that.
Out, play it now, so searching. Searching to get the bowl out. Searching, wait, forehand searching. That means he'll get it, Harley Mack. Watch this. Oops.
Not this time. Good shot here for Nelson. Get onto his last bowl.
Trying to load up past and has dropped it all into the ditch. It seems Leroy, there's a...
Does he play the shot that he asked Harvey to play?
Yeah, it's the shot to play. He's got to play the speed to get all the way out the head clean, or if he gets it through the jack, it's getting out to Harley's wide bowl that he played with his first one.
Not far away.
Just hanging wide. No change. What's Nathan Black looking to do here?
Well, they've got protection at the back. I think if he can get on to Nelson, he could nearly make 3 or 4. Brandon up is another good option. He's in a good area.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Fairly well played by N Black, and it's all straight all the way up to play bigger weight here. This is forehand quick. He's pinched this underneath.
He's under.
Oh, close your eyes now. Oh, no. Well, Lorneys is the game. And the jack's right around in behind the head. Not sure if we can get it into shot. Nathan Black still has last crack at things. Didn't quite get a reaction as to whether the jack's hung around for one to Deer Park now, Matty, or not. Do you know?
Yeah, I think it's 1 to Harvey Mack's bowl.
Wow.
Now with weight.
So searching now for the orange bowl to get it out the head. And Black.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness gracious me. There you go.
1 to Deer Park.
All right, that'll see us out, Knackers. Thanks for joining us.
No, absolute privilege.
Enjoy the rest of your grand final to those viewers. And
Yep,
Glennie
stay tuned.
Siditis
There's plenty more to go in this one.
and Sarah Roger coming in to call the next part of the game.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, good. How are you?
I'm definitely not doing
All right, glad to be back on comms for the final now, and I'm joined by the person who is arguably the most nervous person in the Dandenong Club Dome right now, Sarah Roger. How you doing, Sarah?
I'm good. How are you going?
I'm well. Now, do we need to put the precursor in about the potential biased commentary that we've got going on here and the closeness to both sides?
No, there's never any bias commentary for me. I just call it how I see it. So, as well too, like, you know, at the end of the day, you know, like I love Yarraville. I played there for a few years. Same with Deer Park. There's going to be no bad result for me today. But if Deer Park don't win, it will be a long car ride home. So,
of course, for those that don't know at home, Sarah is the partner of James Pearce, playing in the Matt Bouse Rink.
Yes, he's over on Rink 5. I think I lasted about 3 ends, and then I was like, I can't watch. I got to pace. So I've just been pacing around watching ever since. But it's so hard. You just don't know where to look. There is good bowls happening everywhere. So, like, you think this game on the live stream's been great. Like, all the rinks, there's just, like, bowl after bowl after bowl going down. It's just quality.
Well, of course, we've seen the some swings and roundabouts on the score so far to start the day. Deer Park jumped out to a 17-12 lead after 15 ends, and then Yarraville pegged it back, led 25-22 after 23, and now there's the 3 in it on the big board as we see right now. Let's just get that updated. We've got another score to go on.
I think it was the Kevin Anderson rink.
Yes.
He picked up a
Hang on,
couple.
no, that's sitting at...
No, that one's up to date. Oh, Bouse Rink needs one on it.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
And the Casey Rink needs one on it. But yeah, I think this is just going to go down to the wire. I mean, for everyone at home, I hope it goes to an extra end. But for myself and my nerves, I hope it doesn't.
Yes, we saw the other night, or a week ago now, the cracking game for the qualifying final, where Yaraville found their way straight through to this final.
Yeah, they'll have a lot of momentum with them. I know that people probably think that Deer Park are the favourites today, but after that win, they've got a lot of momentum behind them, and they're coming out firing. Like, I've been watching this rink. Vinny's been amazing. Him and Harry are just having such a good little lead off here. It's hard to believe too that Harry's only 14, and he's won a region title this year, and now he's playing for a Premier League final. So
yeah, absolutely, a couple of games on the stream now, and appears to love the moment. Which great thing for the future of Victorian bowls if we've got 14-year-olds like this doing it on the biggest stage. Yeah,
and then Beach just following that bowl. It's probably the loosest end he's had actually since I've been watching. He played up in the region sides. It was actually a running joke. He's been the emergency the last few years, and even then 2 people pulled out before he sort of got in the side. And he just had an absolute belter of a weekend, and he's carried that form through. So he made the region singles final, and he went down to his clubmate pitch. And, he's playing some absolutely amazing shots tonight. So
standing out with those pink and black bowls, certainly nice and easy to pick out on the rink.
Yeah, we've got 2 lots of orange bowls, but thankfully they're on the same rink. And then we've got the Harry and Nelson on the opposing rinks having the same bowls, just to make it a little bit confusing for everyone at home.
Yeah, I noticed that in the roll up and said, hang on, we've got to change which rink we're streaming. And then I looked across the green. There's another rink where there's matching bowls, sky blues on opposite sides, another rink with jewel whites. And I went, well, it doesn't matter where we go, we're going to have this same predicament.
I know, there's so many colours and bowls these days, and yet we still find ourselves in this position. Like, what's going on?
Nelson ball trying to draw down on the backhand here.
Ended up in a pretty good spot, though. Seen a lot of jack movement, especially with the two skips not minding playing a little bit of weight. So anything's past, it's in the game.
Interesting to see someone getting stuck wide on that hand, though, from Nelson there. It has been the turning side throughout the day. 2 very different hands here on this stream rink where the...
Well, I've noticed across all the rinks, actually, all the players are preferring that forehand side of the green going in the direction they're going at the moment. So across all of them, not many people are sort of wanting to play that turning hand as much.
For those that are familiar with the venue at Dandenong Club, that's the open side of the venue, looking out to the grass green, and the the commentary side is the side that tends to turn more. Of course, great venue here at Dandenong Club. Putting on another warm day outside, but perfect protection from the sun here indoors, and a great bowl there.
I was actually just going to say that last bowl of Harley's, he had really good weight, but it was a bit unfortunate because it sort of ended up about jack high, so they sort of had a hot cider on the way in, and Nelson was able just to make that small correction to be able to sit that jack from Harry's bowl and giving Yaraville a couple.
Also means that Lee Schraner's got to play a bowl here to get something else in the area, because that blue and white bowl of Harry's with the yellow sticker on top there is looking a little bit lonely. No doubt that Nathan Black will be looking to land that and make a number if Lee can't put some support in beside it.
I think though because I think that's third shot, and I think he's got fourth shot as well. I'm not quite sure actually when we get the head back.
I wasn't quite sure whether Harley's bowl did enough at jack high or whether both of Vinnie's were in ahead of that.
Yeah.
Lee just travelling a little bit.
Just holding out on him. Not a bad cider though. It ended up on the line, so he just needs to make that small weight correction. If
Nathan can land on that bowl that sits at 4 o'clock as we look at it right now, move it a couple of feet, he'll be holding 4. Of course, it is the turning hand, so he's got a nice little guide under that orange bowl where he can have a clear look. He's on the march after it.
He's chasing it.
Nathan
he likes
does give us lots of energy and lots of animation to
just sort of held out on him, hasn't it?
It's a nice draw weight, but it's another it's another third, I believe. And never any messing around from Lee Schraner. Very quick on the mat, very decisive.
He is, yeah.
Trust his teammates to make their calls for him. He's got Vinnie up the front unless he gets a wander off it.
Ooh.
Nathan Black has to be looking at that bowl of Harry's now.
Yeah, it's just sort of getting to it. You sort of got that front one of Beeges that's kind of in the way to sort of play a little bit more direct weight.
The only thing with that though is if he does want to play that weight and get
he doesn't want to chip it across either, because he could actually chip over. It's definitely risk and reward, skip life, you know.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's that little bit of protection there by the fact that Vinnie's 2 bowls are blocking the jack a bit. If you can find a way to navigate this path and remove that white bowl, there is a number on the offering. I think we'll get a decent indication about how much he likes it early on. He's asking for it to hold.
To hold out, so makes me think.
Not far away. He's got Brandon Anderson's bowl on the way in.
Yeah.
And just doesn't turn it far enough.
Measure per second. There you go. Brendan Numbers is having a day of it over there. He was sensational on the stream last Friday, and that form has continued.
It's a good time of year to be peaking.
Yeah. That scoreline over there, he's had a lot of conversions.
Just the one shot to Yarraville there.
And like the scoreline's 11-5, but the D Park boys have been playing really well. Like from what I've been seeing, Paul Lawrence, also known as Spilzer, he's probably been a little bit more dominant lead, but yeah, Umbers is just turning over the heads. Right, so Vinnie McElwain, star of the stream Rink. Was that on purpose that he was put on? Was that due to public?
I had a chat with him before the game, and I asked him, who have you given your phone to? Because no doubt you've got someone commenting from your own accounts here. And who's that handsome lead from Yaraville and all of that? And he said, no, it's locked away in the bag, which I'm not sure I believe, but no doubt he'll go back and listen to this afterwards.
Oh, 100%. Geez, great ball here from Harry. He's just been absolutely incredible. So he's gone to Deer Park. He's in the youth academy there, and they gave all the players in the youth academy this year a go in the top side. But yeah, he's come up and he's just bowled so well. He just absolutely cemented his position. All right, he's taking a little bit more grass this time. Probably looking to get one in behind. When you've got one right on the jack like that and it's a toucher, you just kind of want to put one behind. She's played that quite well. All right, I hope I haven't put the commentator's curse on Beach. He's played some absolutely clutch bowls, so he's got a... maybe I did.
Yeah,
if you're watching this later, Beach, that was my fault. I'm sorry.
Playing that wider hand, though, so he's played it with good weight. Most of that front-end play we have seen has been on that tight side, so he's got the excuse there. He's allowed to miss one on that changeover, given how different those two sides are.
Yeah. Chris is running a bit here. So... guess he's just got to roll sort of, binnies over, or it's still there because it is turning. It is still there to sort of draw and get one close and fatten up the head for the third of the skip to come in and do things. He's played a very good bowl there. He's got one past. I think that's their first one past the head, so...
And of course, Deer Park with the two bowls on the jack. Certainly able to turn those through the jack now that Yaraville have got some protection behind.
Yeah, that's it. That's sort of one thing they were sort of lacking with their head a bit, was just having a back bowl there. Yeah, Chris has fallen victim to the same thing. He's just pinched that one a little.
Beautiful pace again, though.
Yeah, he would have drawn that. Millsy's played a bomb over there as well. Made two by the looks. They picked up a few players over the last two seasons, Yarraville. So a few of the guys that they've got in here, they did get in last season, but they were sort of working to get their combinations right. And it looks like they've nailed their combinations, as well as they got Cohen Lifton this year. I don't think he was playing from last year, was he?
I don't believe so. And what a player to get as well. He's clearly had a massive 12 months, runner-up at the Australian Open singles.
He is such a good bowler. He actually reminds me a lot of Nathan Wright, Lurch.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's the long and tall, slim figure that's commanding the rink. And the ability to have such touch at such a tall and fine frame as well is thoroughly impressive.
Yes.
Something I'm envious of. Harley McDonald looks to have good weight. It's a matter of how hard he's going to rip on that wide hand.
He's ended up in a...
Beautiful pace again.
It's kind of just giving him that slider bowl, though, again, Can work in off that one. I guess they probably didn't want to do anything, though, to open up that hand that the players are preferring.
Nathan Black calling for weight now, knowing that if he gets anything through the front, it should clear all of them.
Ooh. Nelson's got a very, very good weighted shot, actually.
He's a little bit unlucky there. If he gets an inch either side of it, then he either turns it through the jack or he uses the edge to remove both Deer Park bowls. Thankfully, Brandon's bowls remained behind, so they've still got something to play to and move that jack through.
Yeah, I think he took out Harry's back bowl, so that leaves Deer Park with nothing behind, but perhaps that's what Lee is just calling there. On that better hand, just to get one to match Brandon's for Beach. He's played it very well.
Yeah, very good draw to the ditch there.
So it looks like they're holding three, actually. Oh no, the marker's holding up. He's got two in his hand.
Yeah, it's line ball about that blue and white bowl of Yarraville's on the way in. Be interesting to see what way Nathan plays now, because he can just roll that bowl over on the running surface, or he can thread that gap between and get a little straightener down onto Jack off Harry Coleman's bowl.
He's going
He's
away.
going bigger. Doesn't want to get just his own.
Ooh. So it gives a lot of room now for Leroy to draw a couple in, though they did lose their back bowl again, Deer Park. So maybe Lee will just look to do a little cover and count.
That noise that we'd heard from the Craig Mills rink ended up turning into 3 shots for them.
Played this well, Lee. Is he going to get that bowler beach? No. Cover and count and a back bowl. Perfection. Nathan dropping it. He's got a beautiful draw bowler, Nathan, so you back him to draw or to peg it back. He's definitely taken more grass on there, which is what a lot of the players have struggled to do.
About to get very loud, I think.
Just pulled up short, so it'll still be 2.
Cuts one out.
But they do have the option, though. They could probably actually turn that one of Harry's onto the jack and just move it a couple of feet, and then that would bring it back in, make it 4, but a little bit risky. But if anyone's going to do it, you'd probably back Lee to do it.
What? I think there's actually a shot up under Vinny's short bowl where he can play the green through the gap clear as well as a fallback option. If he plays that through and stays, it's 5.
Yeah, a couple of options.
He's lining up on that backhand side.
It's always so precise with his delivery. Doesn't love it.
Asking for it to slow. Two still a good result for Deer Park there.
Can you hear all the cheer squads in the background? Very vocal for both sides. Deer Park supporters are always quite loud.
Yeah, and good to see such a crowd come out, given that that's the trip from the west over to here for both sides, and there's still plenty of other finals going on today across Melbourne, given the total fireband games that we had delaying a few of those finals. So whereas this game's traditionally been a standalone and had the stage to itself, plenty of other games going on across the metro region as we speak.
What a bowl from Harry.
I'm thoroughly impressed by Harry's leading for a 14-year-old.
14,
I know we keep
yeah.
saying it really is impressive.
Yeah, he's insanely good. Yeah, I think both clubs brought down. They both hired a bus and brought down a busload of supporters. So, is my understanding. And you're impressed with his leading, also his skipping abilities. He made the semi-final of the mixed pairs this year, playing with his mum, Metro West.
Yeah, I believe they went rather deep a few years ago in the Vic Open mixed pairs as well.
Yeah. So what would he have been, 12 then?
Yeah. I'm not sure whether it was 2 or 3 years ago, but apparently they did have quite a good effort one of those years, and the talent does go right across the family.
Susie's a great little bowler. Yeah, she's fantastic.
With Susie, and then Mark, the father's in the BV office with us. He's our Southern Country Manager.
Okay,
looking
yeah.
after a number of regions there. More affectionately known in the staff chat as Harry's dad, though.
Oh, is he? Yeah. I love that. It's Chris going here. He's played this very well. I'll be happy with that.
Just seen 3 shots get added to the Matt Bouse rink.
How did I miss that? B just played this well. Nothing loves more than a jack-eye bowl, but he's played great weight for the shot, but he's just come under. But he didn't overplay it, so that bowl stays on the green, which is always important. I think as well too, they've moved it over one this year, haven't they? They normally...
I believe half a rink. I was looking at that before, and the...
Two great bowls there from Chris.
The pole that's behind the mat end as we speak. I remember seeing a shot last year from Aaron Sheriff where the camera had to tackle that pole being slightly in the way of the peg when he drew to the ditch, barely in bounds. So I think it's been a half a rink shift sideways.
So we moved it just for that reason?
I'm not sure what the reason was. And whether it's just for today or whether Dandenong Club have been playing like that across the year.
But yeah, I definitely noticed it when I was sitting there spectating. Just played an absolute bomb over there from Wayne Roberts, affectionately known as Hank.
Yeah. Hasn't he been a good player for a long time?
He has. And he's been an absolute stalwart at the club at Yarraville. Been there for many years. He actually...
Donald drawing a third there.
He actually was the one who originally got James to go to Yarraville.
Okay.
Yeah, so James and him were at Altona, and then I think Wayne went to Yarraville and took on the coaching position there. And then I think James joined him the next season. So both being West Side teams, there's a lot of crossover in history.
Absolutely. Nelson Ball looking to cut down here. 3 down as the head lies.
Yeah, he'll draw this. He's played this very well.
Turning down to Jack nicely. Yeah, and trails it back to Vinny's bowl. One bowl and the structure of the head has completely changed.
Yep. Well, it was there for it. It was still a very, probably the most open head we've seen for a bit since we've jumped on.
Still a large pocket for bowls to land into, though. Helen McDonald playing the backhand. He's got Harry's bowl to turn up. Once again, just turning on that wide side.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate.
Disappointed with that one.
Kind of a bit unfortunate. If he'd sort of managed to set that one of Vinny's or sort of like turn it up, then they also had the option as well too to sort of like try and get Nels's out of the head but it gives them another one in the head now, so they've got to play a different shot.
It'll be interesting to see what Nelson plays here, because there is a shot on the forehand just to trail that Jack and take it away. It removes that chance to turn Harry's bowl up if you're Deer Park.
Just got to play something similar to his last for that Jack. Millsy's just played a good ball over there.
Nelson playing the forehand again.
Just be on a similar track.
If you can get down to Jack,
he's played this very well.
This will be brilliant. Oh, it's in a nice home. Setting it up for Nathan Black.
In a very good spot.
Lee SCHRANER still with a couple of options there, though. Can turn up that blue and white bowl with the yellow ring on it on the right of screen.
Well,
one roll gets it in for shot, and if he misses on that wide side, then Vinny McElwain's bowl is there at Jack High to sit.
The other thing as well is for Lee, he's such a good draw bowler, especially at this like ditch to ditch length. Like it's kind of a lot of room there for him as well too on that better hand as well. So see if he looks to turn that bowl over, or if he looks just to try and sort of draw one. Just electing to play that backhand.
I think it's on the tight side given how that hand's been turning. He is asking for it to hold. Got the finger out. If the on-green Mike's heard that loud thud, that was Kevin Anderson sending a Jack over the top of the green and hitting the metal backing.
The spectators behind there. I think they just took 10 years off their lives.
Got shins that are looking like Swiss cheese right now after the jack's just gone through the middle of it.
Kind of reminds me when you're at the baseball and you get the fly balls that come up in the, you got the kids with all their gloves on. It's like if you want to come to a Prem final and sit behind the rink, you need to bring your.
Here you go, son. You've just won this jack to take home for the night.
Go and get it signed by a player. Geez, they're not giving us much over there, but I don't know, Case, I felt like he just played a good bowl. I don't know. I don't know if it got fortune and that's why they're not sort of celebrating it, or what the situation was.
I think Wayne Roberts' bowl may be in the ditch there alongside it, so while Case's bowl is there and both of them codes, they could still be down.
Yeah.
Nathan Black.
It's funny he's playing on that hand. All right, he's played the shot first. That Lee was sort of trying to play, so...
No, sorry, that was Lee's bowl. Just got lost in the other rink.
Sorry.
So he sat Vinnie McElwain.
He did sit him, okay.
Made the one.
There's just
Possibly
too
two.
many places to be looking. Cohen Lifton just played weight and took out a bowl too. I think they made 2 or 3, but Bow still has a bowl to come. Oh, thanks, Briggsy. Giving me a plug on the comments. Briggsy used to play at Yarraville as well, so he played in the Prem side for many years, and then he went back to Lara and is now playing at Melton. So
it's the brilliance of our streaming provided by Dandenong Club and Moama. We can watch these games from wherever we like. We've obviously got it playing through Facebook and YouTube today, so hook it up to the smart TV. How do you normally watch, Sarah? Are you a Facebook or you jump on the YouTube?
Okay, so I have it on the YouTube, but when I want to go and comment, I open it up on my phone and the Facebook.
Get the best of both worlds going.
Yeah. So, and then the thing is too, if there's like multiple things on, we've got like the lounge room TV and we've got the bedroom TV and then we've got our phones. So
you're responsible for our viewer counts single-handedly, I take it.
Pretty much. We also tend to go in and watch a few as well afterwards. So we watch quite a bit of the Queensland Premier League. So we come home from bowls on a Saturday and then we come home and put that on. And it was quite funny because, being from Queensland, I just didn't even think about the fact that they've just had a cyclone up there. And I was sitting there yesterday and I was like, why has the bowls not come up yet? So I'm guessing that it was cancelled this weekend with the cyclone making land. But shout out to everyone up in Queensland. I saw in the comments before that someone's just managed to get some Wi-Fi back on to tune in. So thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I just love the live stream so much. It just brings it to everyone's house. Geez, Harry's on point again. Geez, he's having a good game. Oh, Jason's just saying he can't imagine me watching and not commenting. That is so true. He knows I definitely always have an opinion. But yes, always positive. And I'm always calling out the people who are negative as well too, because there's no need.
No need. And unfortunately, plenty of it in bowls.
Yeah, which is crazy because I don't know a single person who stands on the mat and wants to put down a bad bowl. So,
at the end of the day, this is our leisure time. We're trying to have a good time.
Yep. So,
Harry again.
What a bowler.
Absolute class.
Geez, I had to stop myself for a second. I was almost about to cheer for him. Thought that it would have come through very loud at home. And yeah, Shane Hafner just pointing out the live stream that's coming up for the Vic Open. So a lot of days of bowls. I think maybe not last one, the one before, I had an injury, so I was laid up at home. And I watched every single game.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, play for that starting on the 21st, running through to the 30th, streaming every day. 3 games a day going on there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to play the pairs this year with my sister.
That's good. Is that the only event you're going down to play in, or any others as well?
Yeah. I'm a bit hectic at the moment, work-wise. But so my sister, she took last year off bowls because she was up in Queensland, and she came back this season, and she really wanted to play. And I said, all right, I'll play, but you're skipping. So she's skipping.
So you're just looking to give her the nice, easy armchair ride, dob them on close
ideally,
early, and
ideally,
and blame her if it doesn't go your way at the end.
No, never any blame, never any blame. But it's just to develop her as well too, and her shots and stuff like that with the game. So yeah, just jumping in and doing the. I prefer to lead anyway. Leading is my favourite position. I lack depth perception, so when there's stuff in the way. Just ask my car. So terrible with the depth perception.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Right. So I think I'm going to have to buy Beach a drink after, because since I gave him that massive plug before, he's been in the area. Like, he's played great bowls, but he just hasn't, as tuned in as he was at the start. So
it is a fickle game.
It
the
is.
Odd one on halve a bowl the wrong side. Don't get the result. And of course, he's played with quite good weight there.
He did. He just sort of got a bit unfortunate to catch that bowl.
With that 1 inch gap between Harry's bowl and Jack, it was really a weight that was going to get to that catching area, or if contact happened between the bowl and Jack, and unfortunately managed to turn Harry's first bowl through.
So we've got another young bowler, Aaron Tees, also pointing out the calibre of Harry at the moment. Teesy also played at Deer Park for a season, before heading over to Bandura to play with his mate Corey. Yep,
been a very strong addition to the BCiB Premier League competition.
Yeah, it's so good having these players come down. I mean, the other thing is because as well, like, a lot of them, this is their careers, this is their income. So it's great to be able to have these fly-ins come down and just, show the level that the game can be played at. And I just think it definitely makes the competition just so much stronger.
We were talking about it before we went live on this game, just looking across the green in the roll-up, and the 8 names of the skips up there is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Just insanely good bowlers.
Look at the CVs and what they've all won. It's certainly not a short read.
No. Well, I think we've actually reached the point, haven't we, where we don't even go and ask him anymore for, like, things that we could say of note, because there's just too many. The game would be starting, we'd still be writing them down. So, just so many fantastic bowlers that we've had come and join the big competition.
We've got a... it's a good bowl there from Harley. It does fatten up the target, though.
It does. So Vinny's one is on the way in there with that better hand, but if you're going to go flat out weight, you're probably playing at the other hand anyway.
Looks good for the split. Oh, gets them both clean. Plenty of room to draw now.
Plenty of room for these guys as well too. He's had a very good game, Nelson. Very good bowler. He loves playing third. It is his preferred spot, though he is an excellent skip.
No, and he's certainly demonstrated his full court game.
And he's another bowler who started very young as well too, him and Chris. They were both juniors as well too.
Yeah, I certainly had a few tussles with both of them through the years coming up through under 18s.
Yep.
It's certainly a family battle in that regard, with Chris and Nelson on opposite sides of the rink to each other, and of course Gary down on the far rink playing for Craig Mills.
Yes, definitely a family affair. I keep saying to Nelson's partner Maddie that she needs to start playing too. Come and join us. But she's great bowl there from Lee.
That's the third shot, but still a nice open space for Nathan Black to be able to draw into.
He's just got such a, he gets super low, Nathan. He's very controlled with his delivery. Very
Yeah, I
nice
think it
football.
translates really well to these carpet surfaces though. Nice and smooth across there, no risk of bubbles and dumps that you see with some players on these firmer surfaces underfoot.
Yeah, I think because he came from SA and they have a lot of nice quick greens over there. He's played this well too. He's just going to hold up. Just dropped his weight. So still plenty of room there, though. Sometimes as well, too, when you've been playing into some really tight heads, you know, they're the hardest ones to get.
Yeah, absolutely.
You often see when there's quite a bit of room to draw, sort of, you can miss them. I mean, I definitely do. So.
It's also one of those things of you sometimes don't want to get too close and frame it. All those holes there right now, if Nathan doesn't play perfect weight, then there's a chance he slides by.
Oh, it just pulled up. I actually thought he'd played that quite well. And it just pulled up as it got to the tee there.
Another 3 shots for Deer Park. And the masterboard flips over again.
I'm glad you're doing the numbers because I'm terrible at it. So looking at the ends, we're either behind or these guys need to slow down or we're going to be moving the cameras later. I mean, it's one of them. They need a few more dead ends, maybe?
I noted it on the prelim final last Sunday. Lee played Brett Spur on the furthest rink from cameras, and they finished a good 2.5, nearly 3 ends before the others.
Yeah.
No messing around from Lee. Walks down at the same time as the opposition skip. Trusts his third to make the call from him.
Yeah.
Can see a really clear picture of the shot he wants to play from that mat end. It doesn't need to overanalyse or look at it too much, and it just keeps the game going. It's certainly not something I can do when I'm skipping on one that needs to follow every single bowl and paint that really clear picture in my mind. And it is an impressive skill from Lee SCHRANER to be able to keep a game of that tempo going.
Yeah, it is. It is. I think, do him and Harley play at the same club? They've got a bit of history.
I believe, yes. I know that Lee's at Raymond Terrace. I'm not entirely sure about Harley.
I know that Bowsey's Raymond Terrace as well, so I'm going to assume that he is. I mean, Harley's been a great addition to the club as well. He's super lovely, like such a nice person, and he just gets on with it. It's very lovely. It's a great reply here from Harry.
Here from Harry.
Oof. Geez, 2 great bowls. It's just not phased at all.
No.
I think he's only got a small correction to make, but he looks like he's pushed it just a little bit wider. He's added a bit of weight, so he's passed. So he does give his, everyone to come some options. Oh, okay, TZ telling us he was at Warilla, and now and then Tarrant Point, and now Bargo. Can always rely on the people in the comments to
Ray Pearce jumping on as well, giving us a Bargo.
Geez, we've got the who's who on bowls on the green, and then we've got the who's who on bowls in the comments.
That's what happens when you turn up, Sarah. All tuning in to hear the dulcet tones of S. Roger.
I'm flattered, but I'm pretty sure they're here to see the incredible bowls that are going down from these guys. It's been a very good match, and this is a very, very good head of bowls they've got here. Playing a little bit of arriving weight, but unfortunately...
Cohen Litvin's Rink's got back-to-back 3s. To push back out to a 3-shot lead on that rink. And still just 1 shot in it, nearing the halfway mark of this Premier League final.
And there's never a stream with Deer Park without Barbara Green tuning in. So I think she actually probably tunes into more streams than I do. So shout out to Barbara. Good to see you in the comments and tuning in again. So it's sort of interesting here. All the Yarraville bowls are on one side of the head, but to get that jack that side, you've got to play that hand that nobody's sort of really been playing on.
With how wide it is, I wouldn't be surprised if Nathan asked Nelson, if it doesn't change beforehand, to just rip all of them out.
Well, quite a few of them would go with the way it's set up at the moment. Did Beach stay up? No, he just went in. I was going to say, if he had the back bowl and stayed up, then you probably would definitely be calling that.
Lee calling Harley to try and tuck it around the corner.
He's got a very lovely delivery, Harley.
I think it's a common factor amongst all these players, and he's got that jack tucked in, but hasn't quite got the result. May still be holding one, but it's going to be up and down.
They got a few seconds though too.
Nice little track there for Nelson to play down though. Gets under the pink and black of Brandon Anderson, and he can sit that orange underneath and make a couple.
I mean, it definitely had to be done. They had to change up that head there before Yaraville got to it. There's sort of a shot waiting to be played. And if they did get it first and it went to that other side of the head where Deer Park didn't have any bowls, then, you know, would have been a lot worse off for them.
Certainly on a track that's searching for that orange.
Searching for the
Can
orange
he
or the
land and
jack.
stay? Straightens through.
Great bowl. Great bowl.
Good weight, had everything to work off there. And now it's a very similar shot just on the other hand for Harley to play. Go up, searching through, land the bowl, trail the jack. Can use any of the bowls that are under to straighten, or...
It's been a bit of a tricky hand though. It's sort of holding out when they're... It's all right though.
It does look a nicely framed shot.
Well, that's it. That's it. And I mean, if any weight comes down afterwards as well too on that hand, it's all their bowls that can get turned up too. I mean, obviously you want to be precision, but there's times when they don't come out that fluidly. And got a few more options now with them fanned out. We can see Gussie there in the background. He's very passionate about the dogs. He's been a great addition to Yarraville. He's brought a lot of character, which, you know, comes out on the stream. Everyone listening at home would probably be like, yep, totally get that.
Character is absolutely the word to describe Gus.
So a little bit fortunate with the result there, but like that's bowls. It's not like there was a, you know, clear draw to that. There was always going to be an option to get a result.
As we'd said, there really is that funnel that frames it all nicely. If you're underneath, you get the straightener up. If you're wide, you might get the edge and drop down to jack. It's probably worked out well for Yaraville in that the bowl's now in front of jack. Well, he won't have clear access to just jack alone unless he decides to play much bigger weight. So he'll have to swing and plant and follow through the middle of that bowl if he wants to get the absolute result.
Yeah, so he's had it just a little bit wider, but that's sort of what I was talking about with having a few more options there. So that's Harry's bowl. That's just turned over. Cut one out, maybe?
Yeah, cut out Vinny's front bowl.
And Barbara asking if the game will be over in time to watch maths. I think this rink will be. The rate they're going, they're churning through the ends. They're not mucking around, so...
Saying the rate they're going, there's a strong chance of extra ends. I always like to be the first to call a draw. If you get on it at end, 5 of the day and it happens, you just look like a genius for making the early call. But there's been one shot in it for the last little while, and 3 up and 3 down and swings here and there. I could certainly see them going to 84 and needing to go out and play an extra end each.
Oh, 100%. I'll be telling these guys when they come off, I'll be like, no time for beers yet.
No.
You wait until that last bowl comes down, so, yeah. And Alfred just saying that he's been playing for 30 years and lead for 20. So, good shout, Alfred. Leading's the best position. And the best skips are good leads. Draw bowls.
Yeah,
is what absolutely. I say anyway.
Well, we were talking about that in the previous game, of course. Brett Layton leading for MCC and years as a really strong skip in Melbourne Premiership sides.
Yes.
And has transitioned really well to that role now. And understands the discipline required to play that role. And when you get players that embrace that and are happy to put their ego aside and just get close and do the team role, it's invaluable.
Yeah, 100%. It's such an important, the head just sets up and where the lead bowls end up. So, you get a good lead, you're not gonna lose too many games. There you go. Jason said it. Leads win games, skips determine how many.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just a little bit tight on this one, but anything can happen.
Oh, wow.
You see the look on Lee's face, actually. He's like...
hoping that we've got no lip readers at home after what we just saw from Nathan Black there.
And even Lee had like this shocked look on his face at the other end. He was just like... Anyway, part of bowls.
Unfortunately, it's one of those head setups where one down may end up being the best option. The wait to try and clear Harry's bowl, there's a risk that both Yaraville bowls go, and it makes it possibly 3.
Deer Park just, I know.
He's taking the risk. Another one to Deer Park.
It's probably the quietest it's been, like crowd-wise. Like there's kind of a bit more of a lull in the game at the moment.
Yeah, it's certainly time that they're all locking in. Middle of the game.
Yeah.
Can't start celebrating too early, and that nervous energy that chatters across the building at the start of the game's certainly been worked out by this stage.
Yeah. Can I just say as well too, Harry's jack rolling has been impressive. So he's pretty much rolled that maximum length every end. Nails the jack again. He is having a great game. Played that well. It's where the jack sort of has been sort of more towards the tees, rolled his bowl, but it's in the game, getting it past. It's pulling a bit of a face, Harry. I don't know if he likes this one as much. I don't know why he was pulling a face.
It's such good leading.
He's just been so impressive.
For those only just joining us at home, we've just crossed the halfway mark of the BCiB Premier League Grand Final, streaming brought to you by Dandenong Club and Moama. We've got Yarraville Footscray playing in their first ever Premier League decider, and Deer Park going for their 3rd in a row, which is a feat that no side has ever done in Premier before.
No, there's been a couple of opportunities with teams.
Yes.
But competition is just so strong, it's so hard to do.
Absolutely. In fact, only 3 teams have ever won 3 premierships across the years. Altona and Melbourne have got 8 each. Clayton have won 3. So trying to join the group of...
Well, I think as well too, Melbourne Altona have been around since the inception of Premier League.
Yep.
And it's funny because... you know, like you have your rivalries, especially in the West. There's like a lot of rivalry there. And they're the 2 that have been around the longest, and there's a lot of rivalry, but off the green, it's just banter and like there's a lot of love between the 2 clubs. So,
well, as you mentioned earlier, plenty of players that have played for both sides.
yeah, a lot of history. There's quite a few in the Deer Park side who used to play at Yaraville as well. Chris Ball was there for a few years as well. So him and James went to Deer Park the same year, and then Chris went out to was it Whittlesea for a couple of years. He was out there, and they came up to Prem.
I know Nick
McIntyre?
Yeah, Nick's over at Whittlesea. I remember prior to that he was at Kew Heights for
many
their
years.
time in Premier League.
He was there with Gary as well. Yep. Oh, shot beach. So I was talking about earlier when he's playing those clutch bowls at the right moments. So, actually, sorry, I won't say anything anymore because I put the curse on him last time. But if you're watching this later, Beach, shot, mate.
Very tense here at Dandenong Club.
Yeah, I think everyone's getting a bit nervous now. We're getting to that sort of, the back half of the game. I've been nervous since like the second end, so. Right, so it's a pretty good little shot here. I think he's playing the forehand, looking to get crisp balls on there to sort of like chip it out, maybe.
Well, if he gets underneath Chris's, any contact on Brandon's bowl will spring the jack to both of Harry's, or he's a chance to get the bowl clean there. Yeah. Doesn't need a lot of weight to be able to turn that over and just move that jack a couple of inches back to Harry's bowls.
Yeah. And yeah, Mary pointing out our over 60s ladies have won 3 national titles. And it's 3 in a row as well too, I believe, isn't it? I think they've won the last 3. So. Yeah. Well, I'm sure she'll tell us. I'm sure somebody at home will tell us. But yeah, we've had a very strong ladies side in the over 60s. Many years.
Yes. I think that was in reply to the no one having won 3 Premier League titles in a row.
Yes, yeah.
So the 3 in a row certainly has been done in a few other events, but never in the Premier League era in Bowls Victoria, and the RVDA prior to BV. Beautiful weight from Nelson there.
Yeah, he's had a very, very good last few ends, Nelson. Right, just a small correction here from Harley. He's asking it to hold out a little bit, but looks like it's tracking all right. It's just going to dive.
Yeah, just that wide hand turning.
Yeah.
It's done it throughout the day.
So it's still neck and neck. Yarraville Deer Park, 43-42 overall. I'm very confident of that extra end. Or it's going to come down to a big bowl from one of the skips. So when this one wraps up early, have you got any ideas yet on which one you're going to move it over to?
No idea, but it was interesting last week that we talked about Lee being the quickest rink, and Mark Casey, the rink right next door to us, of course, the main man at Deer Park, and runs everything very deliberate, very slow, very intentional in trying to be that last rink off. And it wasn't time wasting, it was just taking due caution over every bowl and every shot. I think his leadership of them as a club and his history and experience, obviously Commonwealth Games gold medal winner, he wants that moment and wants to be the last one to play.
Just picked up a 4 there, I think, on that rink, for that Casey rink. Yeah, look, honestly, since he's come to Deer Park, they've, like you were just saying, all that experience and everything he has. But as well, too, like he's got a lot of respect. He's, got a lot of, really good players in. And, like, they don't just come in and play. Like, the guys, when they play on a Friday night, they've had Alex Marshall and stuff like out there cooking the barbecue. He runs a really tight ship. He's done a really great job at the club there. And, like, even as well, too, this week, like, with James and his injury and everything like that, like, the club just did so much. They organised a mayotherapist, I think it's called, and everything like that for him. Like, they're just so supportive. They've put together a program for, like, the young bowlers and stuff that they've brought in, and it's not just about the bowls, it's about all the other stuff as well too. Like,
creating a culture that Allows everyone to succeed.
That's it, that's it. And like even to their second side, they went up to Div 1 this year, and usually that's a tough transition to make, and they made the finals. So I think they lost to Glenroy, Sam will tell us, I think in the knockout finals.
Yep.
So yeah, they had a really great season to back that up, going up to Div 1. But yeah, no, he's got great leadership, he's got great initiatives and ideas, and yeah, done a really great job there.
2 bowls left on this end. Brandon Anderson still holding the shot. It's certainly a nice tight little head to see us off before we'll have Troy Stafford and Tony Sherwell coming in to direct us through the rest of the game.
The voices of BB.
So we'll just guide you through the rest of this end. Good areas to land up Brandon's bowl.
Got it. Great bowl, Leroy. Huge bowl.
I have a funny feeling that
there will be weight.
That Nathan won't be drawing to this.
No. Geez, great replay there. I love that. See how the bowl sort of ricocheted off and kept that jack in from springing out sideways. Very fortunate to have such a professional set up here at Bowls Victoria. It's definitely the best stream going around. Not biased. I watch a lot of streams.
Done your research on that one?
Done a lot of research.
Weight. Looks a good track. Where's the jack going to go out of all of this?
Wow. Is that Harry's or Nelson's?
Nelson, Vinny, or Lee's bowl. There's a 4 that are in the mix. He hit that absolutely on the nose.
Actually, no, that is Nelson's bowl because Harry's both went out. Thank you for that replay. So it's between Lee, Vinny or Nelson.
1 to Deer Park. Right, that will see the end of our stint. Thank you, Sarah Roger, for jumping on.
No worries, thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Well, what a finish we're in for here. 2 shots the difference, Tony.
Yes, afternoon, Troy. Afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the BCiB Metropolitan Premier Division Grand Final. It is an absolute cracker, Troy. 2 shots the difference, as you say. 49 ends through. Just over halfway.
Yeah, the last 25, 30 ends has been only a few shots in it here and there.
Yeah, neck and neck. Seeing some good bowls from all players.
Yes, we've been sort of scanning across all the rinks, and it's pretty easy for your attention to go to another rink because someone just plays a beauty.
Yeah, not wrong. And it's hot here. It is humid conditions. Probably about 35 degrees. Under the roof feels quite warm. Not a heap of breeze. Not that that'll stop any of these players. I'm sure they block that out of their mind completely.
Especially when you're playing in a Premier Division Grand Final.
This is true. Afternoon to you, Brendan. Well, evening to you. It's just ticked over 6:05 down here in Melbourne. It's Harry Coleman shows us what a lead's supposed to do. 1 on and 1 behind. Good crowd in here too, Troy. Dandenong Club certainly looked after us very well again.
Yeah, it's been a big day with Prem Reserve starting here at 10, and the crowd started to trickle in, and it's sort of grown and grown as the day's gone on. Got a big crowd behind the rinks, but also directly across on the other side. Plenty of spectators there as well.
Yep. The one and only Vinnie McElwain just getting a little touch on his way through. Deer Park's Harry Coleman still holding shot.
A crisp ball just on the slightly tighter of the two hands. Has played very good weight there. Almost getting back.
Yeah, Peter Barnett, our marker, signalling just the one at this stage to Deer Park. Thanks to our umpires, Sarah Hope, our ITO, along with Johnny Graham, who's down the other end of the green. And as I mentioned, our paddler, Peter Barnett, gives us all the information here.
So I wonder if we're going to get confused with these similar bowls, Tony. I'm sure the previous commentators were all over it, but I reckon I'll stuff it up for sure.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to confuse me either, but we will do our best. We know this is Chris Ball. Finishing in behind.
Gives him a couple there at the back.
This is Brandon Anderson, the man they call BJ. Beej. Thankfully for us, he's the only one with the pink and black bowls on the rink.
Yeah, that makes life easy for us for that one, but
Sure does. Unfortunately for him, it's just a touch shy.
yeah, he won't be happy with that. So Lee's calling him underneath. They've got bowls in the head. They've got the two back bowls. Calling Harley to reach.
Just joined the coverage. Yarraville Footscray pegged back an early sort of lead to Deer Park. It's been almost neck and neck, I reckon, for about 25 ends now.
Yeah, ever since that. He's close here if he holds. Might get a good result, and he does. Made a couple, I think. Two it is. As we're going to see searching weight again from Chris's brother, Nelson Ball.
Yep. He's been playing pretty well, Nelson Ball. Of course, the third of the balls out here on the rink today, Father Gary Ball.
Yes.
I think might have even picked up the club singles during the week.
He did.
He's out here playing for Yarraville Footscray, playing second in Craig Mills's rink.
Which is the rink that seems to be doing the damage. 18-6.
Yeah, that is true. Got it counteracted by this rink here with Lee Schraner's Deer Park crew leading 20-7.
And the middle two were tight. They've been, nip and tuck all day, but looks like Cohen Litvin's just got a little bit of a break on Matty Bowse, and Mark Casey a little bit of a break on Brett Marnie.
Quite know the story behind it, but Cohen Litvin is wearing a Yarraville Footscray top that has somebody else's surname on the back, so he may have had a little wardrobe malfunction and had to borrow a top.
Yeah, right.
Unless he's changed his name to D. George. All right, Harley McDonald here. It's a good track. Sits
It's going to sit and count.
in for four.
4 or 3? 4.
That's four. It's very hard to tell, but the wider of the two blue and white balls is
yes.
Nelson Ball.
It's a bigger weight here for Nelson now. He's got the jack. Where's it going? It's splashed to the boundary peg in the ditch. We think it's out of bounds.
Yep, all the Deer Park players say it's out. Vinnie McElwain says it's out. Nathan Black wants to make sure. Concedes that one is out of bounds. Good hit by Nelson Ball. They were 4 down.
Yeah, it's a big shot.
Needed to do something and did. As we said, he's been playing very well. There's Nelson Ball.
Yeah, they can't afford, they're already 13 behind on this rink. They can't afford for it to get any uglier.
No, that is true. Going down 3 or 4 there would have made it just that little bit tougher. About level in the crowd stake, should say, Troy. Good bit of support for Yarraville Footscray, equalled by that of the support for Deer Park.
Yeah, well, having seen Deer Park in a lot of finals, I've been in a lot lately, they always have a really good crew. They bring a busload of people. But as you say, I definitely think evenly matched by Yarraville Footscray. Another big club, Yarraville, plenty of Pennant sides out there, so I'm sure they got plenty of support for their charges.
Yeah, not wrong. So just scores across this green. Craig Mills for Yarraville Footscray's Rink is leading. Kevin Anderson from Deer Park, 18-6. They played 11 ends there. Cohen Litfin skipping for Yarraville Footscray is leading. Matty Bouse for Deer Park, 17-9. They played 13 ends. And next door to us, Mark Casey for Deer Park has the lead, 12-7 over Brett Marnie for Yarraville Footscray. 11 ends gone there.
No surprise either to see Lee SCHRANER trademark of ditch to ditch.
Yeah.
And from what I've seen, Harry's been leading outstanding. I reckon there's a fair chance that a lot of his training, knowing who he's leading for, would have been ditch to ditch.
Yeah, there's rarely another option for Lee SCHRANER because he's just so good. I mean, he can play anything, don't get me wrong, but he does specialise in T2T. And I reckon he might be a rink over from where he won an Australian pairs title with Bradley Marin on this very green.
Great reply by Vinnie McElwain.
So he certainly knows this green and how to play it. Yeah, Harry's going to be a great player, says David Rudge on YouTube. Hard to believe he's only 14 years old.
It's amazing, isn't it?
When I was 14, I think I might have just started learning how to count to 10 or something.
It's about when I took up the game, but I was never this good.
Yeah, I'm still yet to be this good.
I never had as smooth a delivery as he does either.
Yeah.
It was a lot smoother than it is now, but he just has an outstanding delivery. Works hard on his game.
Certainly does. Chris Ball just missing his line a touch.
And that's the hand that if you do miss your line, it will miss your line narrow, it will really punish you.
Yep.
Interesting to see Brandon playing that same side with the two Harry Coleman bowls coming in, but obviously I missed the call. I'd say he was asked to pop one round the back, and that's the side that the Jack's more likely to go to.
See what the correction's like from Chris Ball. Same hand.
He's wider, but he's also a little quicker.
And Lee SCHRANER says that's okay. That's what you get to learn at this level. Even a bowl that misses in spots that can still be used.
Absolutely. So Brandon being asked just to get round the back again, but not quite as far back. Didn't quite. Probably needed a metre to be where Nathan Black was asking him to get to.
I spoke to a lot of people before this match, Troy, and did the obligatory who do you think's going to win? And almost everyone I spoke to said this one's pretty close to 50-50.
Yeah, well, Deer Park beat Yarraville twice throughout the season, but then Yarraville were fairly convincing in that opening final, which I think has, probably shocked a lot of people. I think unfairly to Yarraville, they probably haven't been given the credit that they deserve because they've had a tremendous season. There's no doubt these are the best two sides.
Well, they finished
throughout
that
the
clear
season.
1 and 2 on the ladder. And
Correct.
Yarraville Footscray certainly have come to play today. Paul Vardy's given us a bit of info on Facebook. Appreciate that, Paul. So just saying Cohen Litfin was unable to get home from Sydney due to the cyclone. So couldn't therefore grab his own kit. So using a borrowed shirt. No great stress. But he was playing in the four-a-side competition up there in Cabramatta during the week. And of course our thoughts go out to everyone up in the Brisbane, Gold Coast, southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales area. So it looks to be some pretty tragic flooding up there, so I hope everyone's okay.
Yes. Thankfully, it doesn't look like it was quite as bad as it could have been. Bad enough, but
Yeah, still plenty of rain coming in today is the worry, but fingers crossed.
Something we could do with down here.
It's incredibly dry down this way, that's for sure. Doesn't really matter when you're under a roof on a synthetic so much, but driving around regional Victoria, you really get an appreciation for just how dry it is.
So just a little run here to Yarraville. Just poking their nose back in front by a narrow 4 shots. Holding here on the stream rink, which is certainly important for them.
You get a second in there.
Just needs to stop.
Not quite.
It's in a good little home.
Confirmed as one by our marker, Peter Barnett. Taylor Marin saying this is exactly the rink they won the pairs on, so there you go. So you'll have fond memories.
And at the minute, they're getting fonder.
Correct.
20
at
to
this
7
stage,
lead.
I mean, you come out in a grand final and you put together this sort of performance from Lee SCHRANER.
And Coe.
They've been relatively sound the whole way across. What's he done here, Troy? It's not far away. He just needs to hold.
He might catch the back edge, which is not the piece he wanted. So it's probably a little fortunate. A little flick on that would have given Yaraveville an extra one and perhaps tucked the jack in behind those 3 bowls. So if Nathan Black can sort of play that shot, but on the other hand, the only thing he doesn't want to do is fatten the target.
Jack's kind of coming straight back towards the boundary peg, isn't it, on that line anyway?
Yeah.
Depending on how hard.
Blackie could just sort of, sit it with 2 feet of weight. Change Leroy's shot, add to the count. Has he got enough on it?
Not really enough to change it up.
No.
Just a touch shy. Of course, we've seen Nathan Black at his devastating best on the carpet in BPL. Got an absolute blinder up at Pine Rivers late last year.
Sure did.
Pretty sure he won MVP of the tournament.
He did. So minor correction is all Leroy requires.
It is just a touch wider, but it's not quite the same speed.
No, that's a Deer Park bowl though coming in. Has he made shot?
Yeah, I don't think anyone saw it that way.
Even if he hasn't made shot, he's made it a lot harder for Nathan Black to get another one.
As the great Aaron T said in the comments a moment ago, 3 L's of lawn bowls: line, length and luck.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it's with you, sometimes it's against you. Whatever it is, you've got to put it out of your head. Understand that sometimes it does happen. Players, of course, at this level, all very respectful. They don't cheer any good luck or anything. It just understand that it happens.
And you just hope that it evens itself out. It generally probably doesn't over the course of one game, but it should over the course of a period of games. Is he under that bowl? Oh, he's just ran into it. So it was one to Deer Park. It's a run of 6 ends in a row to Deer Park on this stream rink.
It's actually only 4 ends gone the way of Yarraville Footscray. Almost the exact opposite, in fact, the exact opposite on the far rink with the Mills v Anderson rink.
With Craig Mills picking up another 1 there.
Yarraville Footscray just getting in front, 54-49, 55 ends gone.
The run of Cohen Litfin on his rink has been fairly extraordinary. He's picked up a 3, a 1, a 4, a 2 and a 1 over the last 6 ends.
Pretty handy last 6 ends.
That's huge.
Of course, another handy leads bowl from Harry Coleman. For those just joining us, this is the BCiB Metropolitan Premier Division Grand Final for season 2024-25. Deer Park looking to go back to back to back.
I'm sure it's been said by our co-commentators, but it's never been done before in Premier Division history.
Which is amazing, really, when you think of some of the strength in some of the clubs over years gone
Particularly
by.
the Altonas and Melbournes.
Absolutely, they're the first two that come to mind,
They've
aren't they?
both got 8 titles each.
Yep.
And they've both had back-to-back, but they've
Never
never been
three.
able to get 3 in a row.
Geez, this is good lead bowling.
Just brilliant.
Of course, our thanks go out to Dandenong Club, who are not only hosting today, but they power our stream along with the great Moama Bowls Club. And thanks to them.
Great to see you tuning in, Shane Hafner. And yes, we will see you at the Vic Open, which is only less than 2 weeks away.
Yeah, I have
Hard
no
to
idea what the
believe.
date is, but I reckon it's the 9th of March, and the Vic Open, of course, starts on the 21st. Just 12 days away. Bigger and better than last year. Growth in entries, Troy, of around 22%.
Yeah, that's huge, isn't it?
Yeah, most pleasing to see significant growth in our women's events. Should be an absolute hoot down there in the Latrobe Valley.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Six ends to go on our streamed rink. They're a little bit ahead. Only 12 ends gone next door, so 9 ends to play there.
Oh, we just need to get under it. Oh, I thought he was going to sit at Jack Eye and it would have fattened it up, but unfortunately for them, it's not really made it any better.
Yeah, Chris Paul will be looking to come under that bowl. Brandon Anderson.
You just want to change the head. If you can tuck that jack around or sit the shot bowl.
It's a pretty good effort. Just going to fall the wrong side of the Vinnie McElwain bowl.
So draws should be out this coming week, Lance. Just working on a few last minute things, and then we'll get the draw out to everybody so you can plan what you're doing.
They're always exciting when a draw comes out for an event like the Vic Open. Oh,
he's got
Brandon
the
Anderson just
hole.
finding a gap. Losing his bowl too.
Such a cruel
fortunately.
game, this. Such a cruel game.
They're always fun when the draws come out for the Vic Open. Who am I playing against? Where am I at? Who else do I know there?
Yep.
Always good fun.
People start mapping their path through the event. Well, if I win this, I might play this person and
Yeah,
all that sort
I
of
don't
stuff.
do that. I don't need to, but others probably would. Oh, Harley McDonald.
They do want to change it up, but he probably overplayed it a
Touched
little
too
bit.
much change?
Yeah.
Harley, of course, one of the marquee players for this Deer Park lineup this year. Alongside Lee SCHRANER and Matty Bouse, all flying in from New South Wales. Yarraville Footscray, of course. Tyson Wilson, Nathan Black from South Australia, and Cohen Litfin coming down from Queensland.
What do you got for us, Nelson?
Looks a touch narrow for mine.
It does. It does.
But can still work off Vinny's bowl and does.
Fortunate result, but as you said before, they don't clap it, they just take it and move on.
Yep.
Which
Understand.
probably means Harley can play that similar weight that he played with his previous one now.
Yeah, now he's just got to adjust his line slightly. Oh, I fear he's a little narrow as well.
Yeah, too narrow to get any action off those front ones too.
Nelson Ball.
He'd still be looking to change this head.
Hmm.
I think he's played a similar line to his last though.
He just doesn't want to promote the orange
No,
bowl.
but that's theirs. He's turned it back. It's actually probably made it better. It's made it harder for Lee, and it's given the Dogs a back bowl.
Presumably has to go the other hand now.
You would think so. So we can see the two at the back, one being Yarraville and the other one being a Deer Park bowl.
Great focus from Lee SCHRANER.
He's asking it to hold.
Yeah, it's just a touch under what he wanted. Blake was pretty good.
Nathan Black doesn't really have a lot going for him here. If he plays forehand, he's got a Deer Park bowl on the way in. If he plays backhand and touches the jack, he's got a Deer Park bowl.
So he's got to play middle hand, is that what you're saying?
Well, ideally, if he can play the perfect bowl and draw a front or back toucher without moving the jack, that'd probably do.
Sounds easy enough.
Yeah.
Someone like Nathan Black on the trot after it.
Is
Is
it
it
going
going
to
to hook
get
in far
down?
enough? No.
Look at the weight.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect weight. Which gives him a good look for his second if the shot's still there. That cheer was for Craig Mills drawing a toucher on the far rink.
And Lee SCHRANER quite wisely has just backed out of his shot here. A bit going on other rinks. Wanted to make sure he could focus on his shot. Here we go, backhand.
And of course he knows that they're ahead, so he wants the stream rink to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, always giving.
Yeah, that's it.
It's not too far away, Troy boy.
Oh, I don't know if it's
Just
just
gonna
going
miss.
to look at the weight there, just to trail that jack for three. So this is where Blackie's got to play the perfect bowl to count, really, because there's danger if he makes a mistake.
So they're holding shot with Nelson Ball's bowl.
Yep.
And Nathan Black. There's too many ends.
There is.
Can you get one of them to change their name?
And can they change their bowls at the
Yeah,
same
that'd be
time, a
nice.
couple of them?
So they are holding one, Yarraville Footscray. But they really don't want any jack movement. So he's got to come in nice and wide.
And given that they've lost 6 ends in a row, it's more important that they keep the one than add to the two with the running the risk of giving it away and keeping Lee SCHRANER on that ditch-to-ditch length.
Just a little bit chicken, and you can understand
Fair enough
why,
too.
as you said. Rather take the one than give it away.
Take the one, increase the lead on the big board and give you a chance to change that length.
Yep. 56 of our 84 ends are gone. Yarraville Footscray in this grand final decider, leading by 6 shots over Deer Park. 55-49.
With the 2 to Craig Mills, it pushes it out a little bit further. This is I would say, the biggest lead of the game for the Yarraville Footscray.
And the crowd responds accordingly.
And we're talking about the opportunity for Deer Park to do the three-peat that no one's done before, but this is the opportunity for Yarraville Footscray to win their first ever title.
Which is amazing, given a club of their stature.
Yeah, often they've sort of been the team that's just hung in there, and that happened last year, but it was more because they didn't finish games off well. They didn't win the close ones. They lost a lot of close games, and if they'd won them, they could have seen themselves playing finals last year, but they did hang on, and look at the difference it's made.
You think of the players they've had over the years, the great Wayne Roberts, who's still out here beavering away now, Alan Dove, they've always had handy players.
Mark Bernardo.
Mark Bernardo was a jet.
Graham Edwards.
Graham Edwards is going back a while. I've heard his name in a fair while.
I played a bit with him
I
at
remember his
Darebin.
name.
Bracken, who was affectionately known as. Mel Riley.
Good leading by Vinnie McElwain. One right on it and one about 2 feet behind.
Yeah, they've had some top players go through their ranks. Johnny Hurst.
Yes, of course.
You've actually got my mind ticking over now, Tony, trying to recall some of these other top liners that they've had over there.
I'm trying to think of the teams that won a few Australian Open triples titles and so on. Dovey, Hank, and one other who escapes me.
Winston Brackley?
Yeah. Well, they went triples a couple of years ago, of course.
Was that with Pidge?
With Pidge and... oh, God, memory's fading me on a day with a bit on. I was there too, that's the sad part.
Fixed his line, but just still probably a yard short.
Yep. Alan Pritchard asking on Facebook how many games has Big Kev won this season. He's played 7 games for Deer Park. Slightly tough season, 3 wins, 4 losses, but it's kind of been in that rink that's moved around a little bit. Played a couple of different positions.
Bit of a fight back here by Deer Park. They just picked Mark Casey picking up a 2 and Matty Bouse picking up a 2. So it takes the lead from 8 back to 4. We've had a few people chiming in and telling us it was Nino. Nino Vlahic was the other one in the Australian triples with Winnie and Pidge.
Was it Nino that wrote in to say that?
We had a few. Chris Fleming, Graham Spencer.
Truth be told,
Sharon
I didn't know it was
Callis.
Nino. I was just trying to wind him up. He's sitting over there in the stalls over there. He was. Can't see right now. But.
Is that him straight across? Just turned his head.
Your eyes are better than mine. I can't see him, but he was here earlier. I was just trying to wind him up a little bit.
Oh, Nelson just a touch over, but gets third shot out of it.
Yeah, still holding one.
Holding a 1 with no target, but nothing in the way. They can dead draw this.
Les Johnson says Ray Lowison was in the triples with Dovey when they won I think they've won 2 Australian Open titles.
That name rings a bell, actually, from a while back.
What's Harley McDonald done here?
Just needs to hold. His weight is superb.
Oh, absolutely it is. Still one to Yarraville Footscray. They've shortened the length up considerably. Yeah, Alan Dove now playing up in, I think it's Shepparton Golf,
I think
but I could be wrong.
No, Shep Golf, I think you're right.
Tim Gribble will confirm if I'm wrong, but...
They, I believe, just won the premiership yesterday against Tallygarupna.
Incredible club up there. I think their record is, something like 7 of the last 9 premierships or something.
Okay, and probably
GV.
Tally's won the other couple.
Yeah, well, they've certainly recruited and had good teams the last couple of years, that's for sure.
So Nathan Black changing hands. Obviously doesn't want to sit something jack high for Lee SCHRANER. Just couldn't quite get back enough, but again, weight perfect. Looks a little quick for mine. Just a touch over.
Blackie's just trying to sit on the orange bowl.
Yeah, he's got to be very close to that front one. It is the tighter hand. Just coming into our screen now. Oh, it's a good effort.
Spot on, just a touch shy. Great effort.
Probably a foot, that's all it needed.
Ah, there we go. Donna Hill on YouTube tells us James Pearce was also part of that triples combination with Alan Dove and Ray Lowison. So
Okay.
at Darebin, correct, it was. Back in years gone by, I think the Australian Open's been up in Gold Coast for about 10 years. So
Yeah,
it is a little while ago now.
Was Darebin the original home? Or Yarraville
Yarraville
Footscray?
Footscray was the
Yarraville,
first.
then
at the
Darebin.
home, yeah.
And then up to the Gold Coast.
Well, they had a year or so in Shepparton when the greens at Darebin were a little bit substandard. There we go.
Okay,
Lee Schreiner playing a
playing
little
weight.
bit more purpose.
No target. He's got to get it perfect.
he's
He's
got
got it.
Well, it's a little bit of a lottery as to what happens.
One
Bounces
still to
around.
Yarraville.
Nelson Ball's bowl is the recipient of the jack in the face. It's a great shot from Lee Schreiner. Gets the jack right on the nose, straight into Vinnie McElwain's bowl. Bounces around, and it's a little bit of a lottery from there, but
Given the lack of target there too, it was a pretty impressive shot.
yeah.
Just didn't quite get the result that he wanted.
Either way, it's another single.
And importantly, keeps them on this length and
It does.
gets Deer Park off the length that they've been dominating on.
2 ends on the trot for Nathan Black's Rink. Now trailing 9.21. 17 ends gone. The big board will tell us Yarraville Footscray up by 5 shots, 58-53, with 60 of our 84 ends through.
Should we tip an extra end?
How good would that be?
I was trying to think whether we've had one in a Premier Division Grand Final. I seem to feel like there was one between Altona and Melbourne.
Yeah, we
Was that ever
We nearly
hosted
had
at-
one a few years ago.
Was it ever hosted at Deer Park? Premier Division Grand Final?
Not in my time, not in the last 5 or 6 years, but
I just had a feeling
Before
there
that
was
it could have
one
been.
maybe at Deer Park and that it went to an extra end between
Yeah.
Altona and Melbourne.
could well be.
If not, it was very, very close anyway. So I think Cohen Litfin just drew a couple of shots to the lip.
Vinnie
pick up
McElwain's
2.
turned up the heat here, Troy. Harry Coleman probably had his measure, but the last few ends, Vinnie's been able to assert his authority. Winch just saying on Facebook that doesn't quite seem to be running as good, or running on as well as what it normally does here. A little touch on the jack from Harry Coleman on the way past.
No, well, in the commentary of the first game, Lloyd seemed to think that the more people you got in here, that it slowed the green down a little
The
bit.
heat goes up.
The
Yeah.
heat slows
Could
the
well
green
be.
down a touch.
There's a lot of hot-looking individuals in here.
He's also telling me not to bring up. Of course, I would bring up the extra end because, fortunate for us and unfortunate for them, Yarra Glen played Mitcham in a preliminary final, and we did manage to get them on an extra
On the
end.
extra end.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we had one in our Premier Reserve prelim final. Fitzroy getting over the top of Heathmont in an extra end.
That's true.
So they do happen. Not very often, but they do.
And I think I saw at least 2 of them mentioned on Facebook when I was scrolling last night in a couple of various grades yesterday.
Yeah, always interesting. Yes, Barbara Green, that is me, unless, of course, you're about to say that I've done something wrong. Then, of course, I'll blame my equally troublesome twin brother that I don't have. But, yes, it is me.
I thought you were going to blame me.
Oh, well, I'll try to. And Troy Stafford is alongside me. Troy is the events and competitions manager for Bowls Victoria. Just getting into the silly season for events. Vic Open just around the corner. State championships in Bendigo not long after that, thanks to the city of Greater Bendigo. And then, of course, Champion Estate Pennant, the over 60s carnival, the indoors, the novice. It just keeps going on.
I know, apart
and
from
on.
that, we're pretty quiet.
Not much on.
No. Chris Ball just running into Brandon's bowl. If he was under that, he would have been good.
Donna Hill saying the Yarraville Footscray boys beat Aaron Sheriff's Super Rink in the final, bowled out of their skins. You know, that's no mean feat to beat the great Aaron Sheriff. Thank you very much for your kind words, Barbara. You will get to know Troy. He's been doing a little bit of commentary for us this year over the event season. You'll hear his lovely voice, knowledge of the game many times.
Been enjoying it. It's been great. You get a good view of some fantastic games and fantastic players and fantastic bowls. Handy home there from Harley. That's where the jack's going to go if it's moved.
Yep.
So Wunsch telling us where the new Tony Gregg and Bill Laurie duo.
Oh, gee,
Who is
there you go, Wunsch.
Who is who?
Not really sure what you're talking about there, Wunsch.
Yeah, it's marvellous.
And he's a Victorian. Some ball just ducking under slightly. Weight was pretty good, just.
And of course, if I am Bill Laurie, does that make Pidge one of my...
He's
not sure how to describe that, but
Pidge
yeah.
is one of your pets. What a life.
Lock him up in the cage at night.
Yeah, why not? Harley McDonald, what have you done?
Hasn't
Just
sent
needed
it.
a few more spins. It's kind of a funny old head, this one. There's one bowl close and everything else by Premier Division standards really isn't that close.
No, but nothing a long way away either. It's only one bowl. Most of them would have been inside a metre.
Yep.
But not many inside half a metre.
No.
Yeah.
Not many have really impacted on this head. Nonetheless, both skippers still with 2 bowls to come, so. Yeah, we do miss Jimmy Barbara. He's terrorising cricket through the Melbourne Stars. Of course, one of the board members of Bowls Victoria, director of Bowls Victoria. So we haven't lost him. We've still got his charming wit, bowls experience. Nice bowl.
Just
Nathan
couldn't
Black.
see that one. Nathan drawing another. Probably the most Lee's been under pressure for a little while. 3 down.
Nels just apologising for being in the road. Thank you very much.
Needs to turn a fraction more. Gave it a chance.
Yeah, it's a good effort.
I think that's where Blackie's got to get to.
Wendy. Wendy. Been listening to too much 12th Man as a young kid, but I'm with you, Paul Vardy, on Facebook. Over good old days. Comedy was comedy.
Surely he's got to get 2 feet past. There's a pack of Deer Park bowls there, and that looks like it's where the jack's going to go.
Yep, agree.
They do hold the back bowl Yarraville, so they don't need to get right back. If he beats those bowls, he's going to cover and count.
Yeah.
And a 4 at this stage of the game would be absolutely huge.
I just read Patrick Cashin's comment. I've got to try and concentrate on this game, but they're funny.
Yeah, that's where he's trying to get to. His weight's good, it just needs to turn.
If it rips in, it's a very good shot. Still
And
a good shot.
Falls. It's still very good. It's not in the
Just a
count,
touch stiff.
but it's in a good home. I think Lee's going to go quicker here. Yeah, a little bit quicker. Here it comes.
It's very close. It's just going to go.
There is a hole there. Oh, he's got the hole. Things are just turning a little bit on this Rink.
Yeah, they are. He could have been a little bit wider. That's a 3 to Yarraville Footscray.
That's a huge 3. That's a very important 3 as we hear the crowd acknowledging it.
Missed by millimetres, did Lee SCHRANER. Missed either side.
That's got to give a lift to those other 3 rinks. The rink that was down 21 to, what was it, 21-7 has just picked up the next 5 shots. So that's huge for not just the big board, but the morale of the other rinks as well.
Absolutely. 9-shot margin, 64 ends gone. 20 ends left. Will Deer Park make their charge? Or Yarraville Footscray put the pedal to the metal. For those who are over 60, get your entries in to the Novice Carnival, May 19 to 25, held at the lovely Barron Bowls Club. Our inaugural event last year was an absolute hit. Not just some great bowls to be played, some great people to meet, but also some good fun to be had in the evenings. We had some ABBA tribute shows and an Elvis tribute show and some bingo and all sorts of stuff. Trivia nights, the whole lot. Get your entries in. Go to the Bowlsvic website, www.bowlsvic.org.au.
As you said, Vinny's just been, nailing this shorter length really well and starting to set better heads up for Yarraville.
Yep. Of course, the second most famous McElwain, behind his brother Will McElwain.
State Pairs champion.
Pairs title holder. Yeah, that's good leading again from Vinnie McElwain.
Looks to have corrected pretty well. Handy second shot. Again, it's just the hand that if you do miss your line narrow, it does rip. Seen a lot of bowls throughout today. Just cut across on that forehand coming down here. Chris Ball gets a piece of the jack, not quite enough of it. Still feel like there's another twist in this one. Whilst it's 9 shots, there's still 20 ends to go. I think you'll see a fight back pretty soon from Deer Park. This is by no means over. Oh, he's got the wrong bowl.
Whether he's pushed it far enough, we'll find out. The marker Peter Barnett will give us an indication. It looks to be Deer Park holding one. No, Yarraville Footscray holding one, so there you go.
Matty Bouse collecting a 1 on his rink.
He's kind of had a difficult time of it late, Matty Bouse. 2 of the last 9 ends. Shows you just how well Cohen Litfin's going.
Yeah, I saw him the previous end draw a couple right to the lip.
Can be a cruel game sometimes. Cohen Litfin runner-up in the Australian Open singles. Aaron Sheriff played an absolute bomb with his last bowl to win his 6th Australian Open singles title, which is ridiculously amazing.
It is unbelievable.
I think you're spot on, Ray Pretty. Gus is the team manager for Yarraville Footscray, and I'm not sure how they've kept him from running out into the green and delivering a bowl himself.
Yeah, he's an eager beaver.
Sure is. Harley McDonald's bowl was beautiful line, just maybe 2 foot short.
Nelson's got his own bowls there to turn up. And
Yeah,
she's done that. Still just the one, but it's a better one.
It is. Lee just slowing things down a little. Using all his experience. Harley McDonald with weight.
Oh, that's a Deer Park bowl that he's just taken out. Not sure if it's made any difference, but I wonder if the other bowl on the left of screen there, just past the jack on the outside, could be worth a few if he landed that. I think he could make 4 or 5 if he sat that bowl, and if he misses, he gets the back one.
Yep. Here we go, Nathan Black.
He's looking for it. Just needs to hold.
SCHRANER again looking at the options. Harley McDonald joining in the conversation. Getting towards the pointy end of this grand final. Nice to have all of you watching, joining us from Bega in New South Wales, Leppington in Sydney. Lovely to have you all joining us. And Les Johnson saying on Facebook he thinks Gus may run straight out on the green if they win. I reckon you're spot on.
He's looking backhand. There's a slight gap there. Just under that half pink bowl. He's very close. Oh, if he got a little less of that bowl.
Yep, in for second shot. And Nathan Black.
Stops Nathan Black playing to sit that bowl now too, because they've got 2 bowls in the head.
Yep.
Looks like he's still looking at forehand, looking to turn the Lee SCHRANER bowl up onto the shot bowl onto the jack. Is what it looked like he was indicating to Nelson.
The line's good if that's what he's trying to do. The speed is just a touch under. Just have it either way, I guess.
Opens a little bit of a more of a path for Lee. He's looking at, obviously if he sits that bowl out he gets shot, and 2 if he stays, but I think he's looking at what happens if the jack goes. Yeah.
So Nathan Black bowl has got the best back, so they can't go too far.
I think he's going to play similar to his last one.
Yeah, he's got to get the jack back about 2.5, 3 feet.
Land the shot bowl. Important moments now in this game.
Lee SCHRANER just pulling out of his shot as a cheer goes up a couple of rinks over. Here we go.
It's tighter than his
Feel like
first.
it's too tight. No change with that one.
It's 4 ends in a row to the Yarraville boys here. Had a big impact on this overall scoreboard.
Yeah, all singles, but nonetheless, when you're scoring the opposition, isn't it?
Last end was a 3.
My apologies.
So
my other glasses on.
6 in 4 ends from 21-7 to 21-13.
So if you've just joined us here in the BCiB Metropolitan Premier Division Grand Final for 24-25, Yarraville Footscray leading by 8 shots, 65-57 over Deer Park. 67 ends are gone, meaning we've got 17 left. Scores from around the grounds. Craig Mills, 21 for Yarraville Footscray, over Kevin Anderson, 10 for Deer Park. Cohen Litfin, 22 for Yarraville Footscray, over Matty Bouse, 12 for Deer Park. Brett Marnie, Yarraville Footscray is trailing Mark Casey, 9-14 after 14 ends. And likewise here, Nathan Black for Yarraville Footscray, trailing Lee SCHRANER, 13-21. Played 19 ends here. Back to your question, David Horn, off YouTube. How many of the Deer Park players are actually members of Deer Park? Well, all of them are members, but I presume you're asking how many are fly-ins and marquees. So teams of 16 here in Victoria's Pennant competitions. You can have 3 marquee players, i.e. interstate players, and you can have 3 permit players. So their home club may be somewhere else in Victoria, but they come and play Metropolitan Premier Division. So hope that answers your question.
2 good openers again from Vinny.
Yeah, he's really turned up the heat these last few ends. They do sit side by side for a bit of a target.
That's where your second comes into play, to try and, unless Harry, of course, can do it, but not quite. This is where Brandon, needs to just change this head. With that front bowl, I think it's going to, he's going to call him on the backhand. If he can just sit that shot bowl and fall into the front of the jack, it really improves the head, gives them a bowl past and takes the target away.
Yep. I do like Ray Pretty's comment off Facebook. Gus is fun to watch with all his emotions. He's standing behind the head and just riding every bowl. We could have a Gus cam. It'd be quite interesting vision. Forget Kiss cam. We're not Gus cam.
I like it. That was perfect weight there from Brandon. Finished in a great home.
Yeah, things starting to get a little tense here, that's for sure. Troy mentioned earlier in the coverage, if Yarraville Footscray are to win, it'll be their first title. Metropolitan Premier Division, Deer Park. Opposite end of the spectrum, going for a three-peat.
Cheers' pitch trails the jack next door. I certainly got the ascendancy at the moment, Deer Park. Yarraville Footscray.
They do. Brandon Anderson gave this one away early. Looked to the heavens as if to say, come on. See why, that is a loose one.
Damien Barnes just asking, did someone tell Vinny the game started at 6 instead of 4? Well, they do say the skip only remembers the last end, so at the moment,
well played, Damien Barnes.
He's on the money.
Mary Trigard asking how long Kevin Anderson been playing for Deer Park. So he is one of the permit players for Deer Park this season. This being his first season.
Gives him 2 seconds now. But a nice little shot here for Nelson Ball. Sit the bowl just to the left of the jack, or ideally trail that jack, make 3 or 4 and hide it. I think the line was good for that shot. Just needs a yard. Always got to be trying to change heads at this standard, because it won't stay there for very long if you don't.
No, that is true.
Harley probably looking for a similar thing. Get it first.
Might be a touch under as well. A lot of support for the doggies in the chat, Troy. You're used to seeing a lot of support for Deer Park. Arguably, if anything, there's a little bit more in the chat for the doggies.
It's always probably in reflection of them. It's probably they're looking at someone new winning it, which is always nice in any sport.
This is true. Speaking of nice, great effort from Nelson Ball.
Oh, I think he's just given it away, unfortunately.
Given it away, but So that Jack sitting just on the Harry Coleman bowl.
So the 15-10 finally finishing next door with a 1 to Brett Marnie. So that's looking like the likely rink that we will move our cameras onto at the conclusion of this one, because this is 4 ends in front of them. And there's too much action for us to be missing all of that.
Deer Park still holding 1. $66.59 in favour of Yarraville Footscray. 69 ends gone. A hush comes over the crowd.
Stalking it. Does it get down enough to sit the bowl? Touch the jack. Well played.
Great bowl. Nathan
Precision
Black.
bowls.
Nice little leap in the air to celebrate as well. See this one on the replay. Wrestles the jack off the Harry Coleman bowlers. Nathan Black gets some good height. Well
If
played.
Rex Hunt was here, he'd say he got higher than Joe Cocker.
Good question from Jai Whelan on the Facebook chat. How many times has Lee SCHRANER won a top league title in Victoria? I suggest it's probably not as many
No.
as he is good, because he played in Bendigo and he's played in Tassie and now New South Wales.
I
for a number of
remember him
years.
winning one when Essendon won it. He was one of their skips. It's the only one I recall.
Yeah, played at Bundoora for a while, but I don't think they won any titles.
Actually, they
in that
did.
time.
They
They did
did.
win
He
one,
did
didn't
win
they?
one at Bundoora,
With
and
Just.
I.
He nearly edged that bowl over.
I tried to wipe that one from my memory bank.
Oh dear.
Because
Okay.
I was on the other side of that. Bundoora, I was playing for Darebin, and Bundoora beat us by 2 shots. I think that was around about 2004.
Yeah,
around
that'd be
there.
about right. Yeah.
So that's at least 2. At least 2 that we know of.
But he did, as we say, played for Bendigo East for a number of years, would have won titles there.
He
And
played
of
at
course down in
Altona. I wonder
Tasmania.
if he won one at Altona.
Bit of protection out the back for Nathan Black.
Matty Bouse picking up an important 2 for Deer Park. Brings that back to 22 to 14.
Anthony Collier saying in the Facebook comments, the doggies with all the momentum, spot on. They've been very, very good over this last little period. We can't count Deer Park out though. Donna, I don't believe Nathan Black's bowl was a toucher.
I thought it was.
Okay,
I
well,
thought
your eyes are better than mine.
I'm
but
not certain. I'm not certain.
I thought it came off Harry Coleman's bowl and
It
sort of
might
screwed
have
across
pushed
in
it. Yeah, it
front.
might
But
have
I,
pushed the jack through Harry's.
yeah, I could well be wrong. If I had to bet, I'd say no, but it's only 6 o'clock and I've been wrong 78 times already today. Here we go, Lee SCHRANER.
Bigger weight. He's got something. I think it's still 2. Yes, it's another 2. That's 8 shots in a row to the Nathan Black rink. It's out to 10.
Yeah, so they were in trouble early, Yarraville Footscray. They got their noses back in front. Sort of been level pegging for about 25, 30 ends in a row. 10 shots is the largest margin.
Do you know Anthony
Started
Collier
it
very
well.
well?
Oh, not very well, but I've met Anthony a number of occasions. A very fine man.
I think maybe he doesn't know you too well because he said you're never wrong.
I owe him $20. Yes, remember down at Leon Gatho's, Anthony Collier. Nice fella.
Yeah, Mitch saying SCHRANER 1-1 with Essendon. Yeah, we had that one
on.
covered. One at Bundoora. It's been a big difference. We've talked about Vinny's leading on this length has been excellent. Nails his weight.
A good response from Harry Coleman. Just hits the edge of the jack, so doesn't stay with it as much as he would have liked.
Yeah, you're right, Brendan. He won at least one, if not more than one, down at Karingal.
That would have been when they were in the Mornington Peninsula or Peninsula Casey region, as it might have been back in the day.
Yes.
I would imagine. They have to stick together, us Anthonys, that is for sure. Harry Coleman on a pretty good track here.
Just matching Vinny's bowls up there.
Yep.
If Deer Park are going to get back into this game, it's got to be now.
Bailey Randall confirming on YouTube that he did win one when at Bendigo East.
Brandon Anderson matching those bowls up at the back, just about 2 feet past the jack. Sarah Roger confirming Harry has been amazing. She got the pleasure of front row seats when she commentated early in the game, and he was absolutely dominating at that point of the game for sure.
It certainly was, as was Sarah in the commentary seat. Terrific job as she always does. Last end of our streamed rink. As we said, we will move cameras across to the rink next door, which is the Mark Casey for Deer Park against Brett Marnie for Yarraville Footscray.
Brandon Anderson.
Oh, he gives it a big fist pump too.
Well played.
It's a good way to finish this last end, barring the end being replayed. There's been a lot of occasions when I've looked over Troy and Mark Casey and co are forced to drive.
And just missing.
Just missing, which also means the front end of Yarraville must be having a good day, or in recent ends anyway. Mark Casey still with his nose in front, 14-10 though.
Little piece of the jack from Chris Ball.
That's how you do it. No fuss from Chris Ball. Just trail the jack for one.
Gets the shot back. They're still just stretching that lead out ever so slightly. It's out to 11 now, with only 12 ends to play.
I'm going to have to start to mount a charge, is Deer Park.
Need one big end, don't they? Maybe a 5.
Yeah, or even if they can pick up a couple of shots across.
Yeah, 2 threes or something like that. Oh, Nelson just catching the edge of his brother's bowl.
Great effort.
They're both trying to get bragging rights at the dinner table.
Mark Casey gets the jack next door.
His bowl ends up out of bounds, and there isn't a bowl within about 5
1
metres.
Yeah. They picked up a single, so well played, Mark Casey. Back to action here, and Harley McDonald on the forehand.
Nearly. Not a huge correction required here from Nelson. Blackie's interested in this one. Has he got the bowl at the right piece of it this time? Oh, first one he gets
the wrong side.
one side of it, next one he gets the other side of
It's
it.
a cruel game, isn't it? I mean, there's literally millimetres in that being ultimate result.
Does it feel worse when it's your brother's bowl that you were really wanting to beat?
Yeah, there'll be some interesting conversation at the next Christmas get-together.
And twin brother at that too. Harley McDonald, so you see how it hooks
They
back
really
so
do rip,
nicely.
don't they?
Look at that.
Yeah, well bowled.
Draws another one and doesn't add to the target. That's
Couple for Deer
perfect.
Park. Look at the backhand side for a right-hander blocked up as well. So
Blackie's got an open draw here though. If he's overweight, he may play to sit, trail. He's got that option if he wants to. There's nothing in his way. Can virtually play whatever he fancies.
and it's Nathan Black, so he can do whatever he likes.
And generally does. He's on the trot. Has he got the
Very
jack?
good
Nathan
effort.
Black has got the jack.
Jack in the
What
belly.
a shot.
Jack in the belly for at least 3.
2 down to 3 up.
It's very hard to tell from this angle whether the fourth bowl is that of Nelson Ball or Harry Coleman.
It was confirmed by Peter Barnett as 3. So
There
it
we
must
go.
be a... Does look like it's got a yellow tinge on that ring there. So confirmed as 3.
There we go, Lee Schraner, the great Lee Schraner. 2 bowls to come in this match, barring a killed end.
That's the hand that's a little sticky. And that's what it does. Just got stuck out there. Didn't miss by much.
A little sticky, is it?
Sticky.
What's brown and sticky?
A brown stick.
Stick, yeah.
I've read that joke book
Good.
when I was 12.
I'm still working it out.
You're up to page 27, aren't you?
Yeah. I skipped a few though. So what do they do here, Troy? I mean, obviously they're holding a few. They don't want to necessarily turn
Build
this
the
into a target.
No, he doesn't want to sit next to it because there's no target at the moment. And with a 10-shot lead, the fourth one's not as important as running the risk of building a target. So it will be interesting to see what he elects to do.
It's been a hell of a comeback.
He may even go around the back, you know.
The last 8 shots in a row to Nathan Black.
Wouldn't
Rink.
surprise me if he just finished around the back in case Leroy trailed that jack. Because Lee's is the only bowl that's really past the jack now. Yeah, sometimes you've got to play to the situation, but he is trying to draw another.
It's got a turn though. No, I don't think that. Well,
He won't be happy.
probably actually is in the count, is it? Or is it? No, there we go.
2 is
Not in there.
the indication. So that Lee Schraner bowl did cut one out.
Lee Schreiner's. He doesn't have a lot of choice but play the backhand and try and sit the bowl Nelson Ball.
Another one to Craig Mills on the far rink.
Yeah, Dave Barry on Facebook saying you can still be in a losing rink and have a big input on the game. It's a really good call. Just because you haven't got the rink win in finals, that really counts for nothing.
Well, they've picked up the last 9 shots, and if this doesn't change, that's 11, and that's the margin that we see at the moment.
Yep, spot on. Cut the margin back.
Leroy's playing with a little more purpose for this one. He's not far away.
He's just
There
gonna
is a hole
find
there,
the
though,
gap.
Tony, and he's got the hole.
Just found the gap.
That's a big finish from the Nathan Black rink. We will wait for confirmation, but we believe it is a 2, and we will get those cameras moved onto the rink next door, so just bear with us as we do that. Confirmed as 2.
Wow, what a great streamed rink we've seen. We will, as Troy says, move them over. So I'll give you a rundown on scores as we do that. So on the far rink, Craig Mills for Yarraville Footscray leading 23-10 over Kevin Anderson. They played 18 ends. The next rink, which is rink 5, coming back towards the commentary desk is Cohen Litfin. He's leading 23-14 over Matty Bouse. That's Yarraville Footscray in front there as well. And the other 2 rinks both going the way of Deer Park so far. Mark Casey leading 15-10 over Brett Marnie, which is the rink that we will move our cameras to. And Lee SCHRANER takes the honours in his rink, 21-17 over Nathan Black. A good fight back, as we saw from Nathan Black. Just getting these cameras moved.
Yeah, 10 shots in the last 6 ends is huge, given that they'd lost 9 shots in the previous 6 ends. So they negated that +1.
Be a big old party in Yarraville Footscray if they can hang on to this 13-shot lead.
Wayne Roberts trailing the jack from 1 down to 2 up.
You could say he's turned back the clock, but to be fair, he's never ever needed to turn back the clock. He's been good for years and years and years.
He's just always
still good now.
Been the clock.
Yeah, he is the clock.
He was always the one, I reckon, that back in the day, so many years he was winning the skipper's ladder in Premier Division, and if he wasn't, he was 2nd or 3rd.
Yeah, played in excess of 250 games for his state. Reasonable to have playing 3rd in your Premier Division team, you'd say?
Sure is.
So if you've just joined us, 1 rink is done. That's Lee SCHRANER for Deer Park, getting a 21-17 victory over Nathan Black from Yarraville Footscray. There's a 14-shot buffer for Yarraville Footscray. And we've got about 9 ends to play. We're just moving our cameras over so that we can bring you the action from the rink next door.
We've just had another rink just finish. Cohen Litfin winning 24-14 over Matty Bouse.
Yeah, that puts the margin out to 14 shots. This is the final of the BCiB Metropolitan Premier Division for season 24-25. Yarraville Footscray taking on the might of Deer Park.
So Wayne Roberts playing a bomb with his first, and now his skip Brett Marnie asked him to go round the back. We can see where his foot's standing. There's 2 Deer Park bowls there, so given that he's right on the front of the jack, clearly if they make contact, the jack's going back.
Darren Yates saying, what a good shot, Manangatang.
Yes.
Wayne Roberts hails from that area. As Mark Casey makes his way down to the mat. We'll get these cameras locked in. There is Mark Casey, OAM. Commonwealth Games gold medalist, world champion, Australian indoor champion, Australian Open champion. Isn't much he hasn't done.
He's going to need all that experience to get this 14-shot deficit back, and they've only got 8 ends to do it. 5 of them are
it's not far
his
away.
Rink.
Not far away.
Yeah, he's got it.
What a shot,
There's
Mark Casey.
the 2 bowls that Pitch was a little worried about. The Wayne Roberts stepping straight on and giving Brett Jack Hyde's foot to beat.
There's never any fuss with a guy like Wayne Roberts. Very business-like, even with the long pants on. I wonder what
Old
temperature
school.
it needs to be for him to be out of long pants.
50?
It's pretty warm.
Yeah, 50 I reckon.
Yeah. All right, Brett Marnie.
He might even take long pants to the beach.
Fair chance.
Looks to be a touch quick, this one, Tony.
Yeah, it does look to be travelling a touch. Will it stay up? There's a reasonable lip down here. It'll stay up anyway. It's 6 inches off the ditch.
You told me you didn't have a very good eye, but to know from here that that's exactly 6 inches off the ditch is impressive.
You go and measure it. I guarantee you I'm right. Hopefully they've cleaned up those bowls by the time you get there. Mark Casey. Familiar left-hand delivery.
Played a big one with his first. He needs to count here with his second, which it
Yeah,
will, but he
it
wants
will.
it to continue running. Probably in the count, and is it, you know, it doesn't make it any easier for Pidge to draw the shot here. He's got to get around that bolt.
Yeah, he's probably got about 4 or 5 feet for second shot. About 3 feet for shot.
Looks to be travelling again.
Yeah, no, that one's not going to change.
Well, here we're going to get the camera and, oh no.
Just quicker.
I was going to see if it was 6 inches off the ditch.
Shane Garvey
So-
in the Facebook comments saying Wayne Roberts is a legend. There you go. Nice words from Shane Garvey's stature in the sport.
I think they indicated 2 there, didn't they, Tony?
Yes, that is correct. 2 to Deer Park. Craig Dunstan referring to our streamed rink, saying it was good to see the match played in such good spirits, which is certainly true. All players could see exactly just how good the game was.
So back to 12. 5 ends to play. Little meeting by the Deer Park boys, just trying to work out what length to play. They know at this point in time they're going to be playing the last end. The far rink is on the last bowl of the end, I think. I think it's could be 1 to Deer Park over there.
Both skippers with 1 bowl to count.
They really can't afford to lose an end now. Every end they lose.
For Deer Park, absolutely.
Yeah, it's 1 more shot with 1 less end to get it. Oh no, there's a couple of bowls that was hiding on the bank.
Both
so
on the
there's
bank,
still
yeah. Both skippers have got 1 to come.
1 to come.
Yep.
I made the silly mistake of just looking on the green there and thought it was the last.
Connor Maguire with a handy opening bowl weight-wise, just a touch narrow, but serviceable. Speaking of superstars in the Facebook comments, Michael Wilkes saying I wouldn't normally agree with Shane, but I will on that one. Nice to have you watching, Wilkesy. It's tense in here, I've got to say.
Yes, it sure is.
People are getting up and about for good shots. But at the in-between times, it is tense. Jeff Robinson just a touch short. He'll look to correct on his next. Back to Connor Maguire.
Looks to have corrected his line. Weight looks pretty good too.
Nice bowl.
Yeah,
Connor
that's a
Maguire.
terrific Leeds bowl. Resting toucher.
Easy game.
Deer Park picking up another 1. Kevin Anderson scoring 1 over there on the far rink.
19 ends gone over there, so they've got up and back, as they say. Pretty much assures us the Mark Casey, Brett Marnie rink will be the last one.
And that pretty much assures us that Kevin Anderson's going to have about 4 dead ends now.
It's my fault.
11 in 6. To an end.
Larry Donahue, a lovely draw bowler.
Very steady front end player, Larry. So just building a little bit of pressure, Deer Park, as they need to do.
This is Jackson Marnie on the mat.
Pidge's brother, is that correct?
I don't think so.
No? Okay.
I could be wrong.
He's just about done it. If it wasn't his brother, he may adopt him after that one. Got Chelsea Pollock saying, go Metro West. Yes, it is an all Metro West final. They've had a big year, winning the region sides championships and having both finalists in Premier Division grand final.
Very good bowlers out in the West. Larry Donahue with 2 great bowls.
This being the
great set.
The final ends of our BCiB Premier Division grand final, hosted here by the wonderful Dandenong Club, and our stream gratefully brought to you by Dandenong Club and Moama Bowling Club.
Here we go, Jackson Marnie looking at that one like it didn't behave as he wanted. And that one's not going to change too much. Yeah, Matty Blackburn in the comments saying a couple of 2s on the trot could add some late tension. I kind of want that to happen, and I don't mean, you know, I just want it really close.
Yeah,
to the
no
end.
disrespect to Yaraveville.
No,
it's just,
absolutely not.
Wanted to go to the wire, as it looked like, certainly when we came into commentary, it looked like it was going to the wire, but Yaraveville just broke away a little bit, particularly with that Nathan Black stream Rink winning those last 6 ends and 10 shots. Oh, nice little result there for Brenton Code. We're going to see some weight here from Wayne Roberts.
Confirmed as not his brother. Thank you very much, Darko. Appreciate that. Yeah, nice bowl there from Brenton Code.
Yaraveville do have the back bowl there in Jeff Robinson's burgundy coloured bowl at the back.
Yep.
So Wayne Roberts will not be short.
I do like Lyndall Taylor's comment, just having a bit of a whack at Wayne. Never going to wear shorts. Those white legs are burning seconds in the sun.
Only problem, there's no sun under here in the dome.
Nope. Back to action here. Here is the man in the long pants. Wayne Roberts.
Needs to hold. Could get lucky
help
off these narrow bowls, and he does.
Help.
Fortunate, but as we talk about a lot, they miss in good areas. Nothing for wide there.
Yeah, that's it. If you're going to miss that side, you're always going to want to miss narrow.
So that back bowl of Jeff Robinson is the shot as we pan down. Thank you to our tech expert, Josh.
Producing the show brilliantly today. It's tough to get a look at, but if you can imagine, it's about 2 foot in from the boundary marker.
So these thirds both getting 1 go each at it.
Yeah, plenty of room for someone like Brenton Code to be able to draw within. Played over 100 games for Victoria.
Won the Champion of Champions singles recently. Oh, he's played it well. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
you can see on the bottom right of the screen the jack marker there, so that's not going to be easy to beat that one. Even if Wayne can sort of set up a good second, would you know, give Brett Marnie a chance to run it out. Just needs to get back and stay on the green. Wayne Roberts, and he puts the rag up in the air. What a shot!
He's got the bowls cloth going. Mark Casey applauds that one on his way back past. He said, just can't do much about that. That is a great shot. You'd have to presume Mark's going to try and sit that in.
Yeah, it'd be pretty impressive to outdraw that.
Yeah, it's probably, 4 or 5 inches to be able to outdraw it. So,
come on, last time you knew it was 6 inches from the ditch. How far is this one?
A bit darker down there.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
It's 5.8 inches though. Great bowl from.
So we'll pan this camera down.
Got it.
He's got it without getting it. That's exactly what you were talking about. They've been playing weight regularly and just missing.
Yeah. Rocked the bowl.
Got the bowl.
Got just a touch of, but not enough to get it in the pit. Great effort nonetheless from Mark Casey.
So Pidge wanting to obviously count, but doesn't want to sit it next to it.
Well, no, but he can also try and sit Brenton Code's bowl in for 3, at least 3.
I think he'll be electing to draw at this moment. They don't need 3 shots.
This is true.
They just need to tick ends over. If they're getting a shot and ticking an end over,
Come on, Hank. Now, these players, just a reminder for those who've
Look
just
at the
joined
weight.
us, they weren't on the stream all game, so they might be a little loose in terms of getting in front of the camera. Now Pidge has some options.
He does.
Big bowl here for Mark Casey.
Ideally, he wants to sit this bowl, but he wants to stay because otherwise Pidge can just run that bowl out. He's playing it. He won't stay with this weight if he gets it.
No, he's given up on that one.
I
So,
think he'll just elect to draw.
I think you've got no sense of theatre.
They are talking about it though. They're
He's
having
got to try and put it
the
in.
exact same conversation that you and I are having.
Yep.
If he sits it
Puts
and
it in
stays,
for
it's
four. It's
four.
almost game over.
If he draws and he gets 2, that's 13 in 5.
Both options are good. One thing's clear, and I know this may sound obvious, but he's got to make sure he's got his mind made up before he gets down there and
100%.
plays half of both shots.
And Pidge is an aggressive player.
He is, and that's why I say with Pidge, I think he will go for the run.
We'll know out of the hand.
Now, I'm saying all that
So he's playing forehand.
on the thought
so
that
he's
he can
he's
see
going
it.
for the bowl if he's playing forehand.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've called this.
There's only one way Pigeon plays. Missed the traffic. He's done that. Oh,
And
he's
he's
just
missed the bowl, but
it was worth a shot.
it's a 1 to Wayne Roberts, drawing it right on the lip. It's another shot and another end ticked over.
12 shots the difference. 75-63. 79 ends gone, which means we've got 5 left. Ay, ay, ay.
What a match.
Well, we said from the start this one could go either way. 3 ends left to play here on the Mark Casey rink. 2 ends on the Kevin Anderson, Craig Mills rink.
They're up to the skips bowls over there. Kevin's played 1. Craig Mills is playing his first for the end. Unsure who's holding.
Well, Kevin Anderson had a big run at it, so it
All
gives
right.
me the thought that Yarraville Footscray's holding over there.
It's probably a fair assessment. What's Jeff Robinson done here? Looks like a pretty good opener.
Another big drive from Kevin Anderson, and unfortunately misses.
Excellent opener from Jeff Robinson.
So we still don't know the position on that far rink, but Craig Mills has a bowler to come. Deer Park all out of pills for that end. Yeah, for those just joining us, this wasn't our streamed rink, so players haven't been briefed and probably been playing one way for the first 7 or 18 ends before we've moved our cameras across. So apologies for players getting in the road.
And plus, when Wayne Roberts started playing bowls, I'm not sure cameras even existed.
I'm not sure automobiles existed.
He's been playing a very, very long time
He certainly
at a
has.
very, very high standard.
Yeah, I think if we could all share in 5% of the success he's had, we'd all be pretty happy.
Jeff Robinson, two great shots there.
Here's to you, Jeffrey Robinson.
Apologies to all our viewers. That is our Bowls Victoria CEO there.
Who let me in the commentary team? This is craziness. All right, here we go. Conor Maguire does rip hard from that hand. Yes. Close for shot. Falls in, it probably is, and it is.
Final bowl on the far rink of the 20th end. We will give you the score there when we know it.
Oh, there you go.
He did turn a bowl, so he may have turned the shot bowl out.
1 to Deer Park on the far rink.
As we see Pidge's adopted brother drawing the shot.
If he keeps bowling like that, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
So 23-12 is the lead to Craig Mills over Kevin Anderson. That's Yarraville Footscray over Deer Park on the far rink. They are about to start their last end. In fact, Paul Lawrence has just put the jack down, so that'll turn all the attention to
Well
this
played,
one rink.
Larry. So it's now 9 in 4. They need more than 2 an end. They definitely can't afford to lose another end now. They've got to win the last 4.
When you say 9 in 4, you mean 11, yes?
11 in 4, thank you very much.
Tell me, what was your former occupation, Troy?
National sales manager at Henselite.
The one before that.
School teacher.
What did you teach?
Primary school.
What subject?
All of them. But yes, I was the maths leader
Okay, good.
there,
Just checking.
as you can tell. But I'm just checking if you're still awake.
Yeah, that's good thinking. Yes, I promise no more singing. I do apologise on behalf of myself, my family, the organisation. We should never sing. Back to action here.
2 goodies by Larry. Yeah, so 11 in 4, that's 3 in end, isn't it?
Close to.
3 in end gives them the win.
Right. Now I see you.
Paul Lawrence drawing one on the far rink, ditch to ditch within inches of the jack just in front. So that's a handy start for him on that far rink.
I mean, 4 ends to go, still plenty of time. Mark Casey's rink is up 17-11.
Yeah, it's certainly achievable, but as I said, they just can't afford to lose another end.
Deer Park will need to pick up at least a couple of shots on the far rink. And then a fair fist of the last 3 ends here.
Breton Code, can he sit that bowl? He can. I think he might have made 3 there. No, Peter Barnett indicating 1.
Wayne Roberts doesn't waste any time when he knows what shot he's playing, does he?
No. He's close again. He's loving this stream.
Very close.
Look at that.
What a ball. Another finger in the air.
I'm going to assume that he's probably done this all game,
Yeah,
but he's loving the stream.
absolutely.
He's played some absolute crackers on this stream.
I know they're not going to get him. If I was Dandenong, I'd be offering him a fair bit of money to come and play here under this roof all the time. He's never going to leave Yarraville Footscray.
Been there a long time. What's his title there? Is it bowls manager?
Well, it had a bit of a change last year when Pidge joined as the coach. So I think he's former coach and now bowls administration manager or something.
Yeah.
Title of that ilk, but don't quote me on it 100%. But gee, he can bowl.
Don't think this one's going to quite get down enough. Puts a Yarraville Footscray bowl to the back too.
Yeah.
Gary Ball might have drawn shot on the far rink.
The man they call Knackers, I think, isn't it?
This
his
is
nickname?
true, yes. Sure is.
Won the club singles during the week. Father of 2 other players out here. There's not much he can't do.
He was my first ever third when I started playing Premier League. I was lead and he was third. Oh, Hank's just getting in the way of the camera, unfortunately.
It's the only thing he's doing wrong today.
Yes, it is.
I do like Les Johnson's call, though. His title is Head Doggy.
So he's
Mark
given
Casey.
shot away there, as Brett Marnie.
Yeah, Mark Casey just looking at what angles are going to work.
So that jack high black bowl of Conor Maguire's is shot. He's got on the forehand there, it's their bowls coming up. Okay, so he's playing weight. Maybe he's got a few thirds. He's looking for both of those bowls. Oh, he's he's turned them both in for shots. But when the score's the way it is, sometimes you've got to play a little more aggressive.
Looked like a really good bowl from here for Nathan Bush, but might have just pushed the jacket touch too far. That's, of course, on the far rink. All right, here we go. Brett Marnie.
If you can just get to that bowl. There's a three. So Mark Casey, I think he's going to be straight up the middle. He's got to try and kill this.
Just mid-range weight. Oh, just turning away though.
Gets two of them out. Two. It's a big two.
It is 77 plays 64. 3 ends to go. 2 on this rink.
And we're going to have a late sub in as I need to get ready for presentations.
Yes, go and put on your makeup.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all our viewers. And we will sub Glenn Sadias back in to bring you home with Tony Sherwell.
So for those just joining us, Yarraville Footscray up by 13 shots, 3 ends to play. It's been a neck and neck battle the whole way through. Glenn, I know you got the opportunity to call some of the action earlier.
I'm just wondering what's happened. When I left, it was a one-shot ball game.
Yeah, well, it's Troy, see. I'm glad we got him out of commentary.
Ruined the close contest that we had throughout.
Good one, Troy. Yeah.
It's nothing to do with you jumping on at the same time, as in.
No, definitely not, because Troy's not here, so I can blame him.
Not too much TS on the commentary at once between...
It was 2. It was double TS, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Craig Mills has gone for a drive on the far rink. Didn't look to be anybody getting too excited, so would have missed the target. Connor Maguire for Deer Park. Going to be very difficult with only 3 ends left if Deer Park can't pick up a score on the far rink.
Yeah. Looked like they had a good setup the last end this direction, Deer Park, and then... Hank played that massive bowl, trailing it through into clear space.
He's been very, very good, as Wayne Roberts, known as Hank.
Conor Maguire looks to have started off where he left off on Sunday in the prelim final, where he was absolutely electric.
Yeah, very good lead. Well, no slouch of a performance from Jeff Robinson, though.
That's what you want at this stage of a game. Textbook leading, 1 on, 1 behind. Starting to cover the risk of jack movement, because you know that Deer Park's likely going to need to do that to create the numbers they need to win this matchup.
Yep.
Not far away from getting that jack through. That helps.
Yes, what a shot. 2 down to 2 up. Craig Mills taking a long time on the far rink with his last bowl. And he's going a big drive on the far rink, so plenty happening.
Jackson Marnie landing Jeff Robinson's bowl on the stream. May have landed for second.
Oh, Craig Mills at the double aeroplane and gets about 16 high fives and a fist in the air.
Called it early too. The arms were out about a third of the way down.
We'll find out what the result was there. I'll put it on the board shortly, but suffice to say, Craig Mills was ecstatic with his own work. Larry Donahue just pushing it through. Deer Park really find themselves in a situation where they have to make things happen. So you'll see some shot play that's a result of the situation they're in. Yeah, so Craig Mills must have cut that margin down considerably over there. Oh, what a ball. Pidge's adopted brother, Jackson Marnie. So on the far rink, for those playing at home, Kevin Anderson's picked up a single. That'll be the rink to Craig Mills, 23-13. Which means we are a 12-shot margin with 2 ends to play. A lovely bowl there from Connor Marnie.
Jackson Marnie.
Oh, Jackson Marnie, sorry. Larry Donahue gets the jack through finally.
Back
Worth a
to
couple.
2 or 3. Hard to tell where Larry's bowls run through to at the moment.
Yeah, our marker, Peter Barnett, put up 2 and then changed to 3. So we'll say that his second response is the end. So 77-65, 12 shots in favour of Yarraville Footscray. He's the man that's done no wrong in the time we've been streaming this rink, other than stand in front of the cameras like Pidge's doing now. Pigeon.
Looks to be very good weight.
Needs to hurry.
Done enough.
Great shot, Wayne Roberts. Just uber reliable.
From the side angle, looks about 18 inches shy on the draw on the way in. In that guise of needing to create now, I'd imagine that Brenton's probably needing to poke it through and get it through the gap, hang around himself.
We need to get Pigeon out of the road of that camera. There we go. Good look at the situation there. Yarraville Footscray holding one.
Oh, he's at least giving us the right angle of the camera then to see the bowl as it's tracking in. Looks good lines again. If he promotes his own up, that's nice. Or find a hole. That is brilliant.
Yeah, well hidden too. So Deer Park needs some jack movement here.
At this point, I think it's looking at kill realistically. I don't think the number exists on the current head setup. 12 shots behind to get the draw on extra ends.
Yep, Mark Casey just confirming, try and kill it to Brenton Code. Got the speed to kill.
Oh,
Probably did.
perilously close.
I know it matters little, but he has just taken out Larry Donahue's back bowl. What does Pigeon do? Time for blockers or get some stuff around the back?
I think he can just draw up onto Wayne Roberts' bowl. It's on the line of the jack. If he tucks that across in front, then it'll block itself. Puts another odd one in there.
They are trying to kill.
He's playing a weight that's going to get him through to a position rather than turning that Roberts bowl through, but it's another counter. Casey on the mat ready to go. Playing that kill weight.
No use waiting. Brent Code.
Unfortunately, he's on the wide side.
Just a reminder, we haven't been streaming this rink, so players are not quite used to cameras behind them. Only been here for about 2 or 3 ends, so apologies in advance. Wayne Roberts calling for a blocker up front. Good call. The experience of Wayne Roberts showing through.
It is one of the hardest shots to play, a good blocker.
It 100% is. It can miss the line very, very easily.
That's the thing. It doesn't matter what weight you play for a good blocker. It's all about line. Whether you're 5 yards or 10 yards short doesn't really make a lot of the difference. But if you don't nail that line, and so I don't think that's done the job.
No, not quite enough. So
Casey's
no
still
change.
gonna
Mark
have a
Casey's
good.
still going to have a go at it.
There's a nice little track for him underneath.
It all comes down to this bowl.
Trained
The
nicely.
BCiB Metropolitan Premier Division. See the umpire just moving in the background. Now steadied himself.
Resetting.
Someone from behind yelling out something at the wrong time. Not very wise.
Shows the experience though, stepping off the mat and being prepared to go again.
Sure
Reload.
does. BCiB Metropolitan
Better
Premier
line
Division
than his
title
last.
for 2024-25
He's close.
is still that of Yarraville Footscray. Mark Casey with a valiant effort with his last bowl. Couldn't quite kill the end. And as it stands, the doggies will pick up a couple of shots, but it matters not. They won't play the last end. That is a victory to Yarraville Footscray, their first ever victory in the Metropolitan Premier Division. And this match started with pretty much a 50-50 chance, Glenn. It was neck and neck for the vast majority of results in a title for Yarraville Footscray. And there are some very, very happy players and team managers for Yarraville Footscray. Well, we've seen it all, Glenn.
Yeah, absolutely. We knew today was going to be history either way, either a first-time winner or the first team to ever win 3 in a row.
Yep.
And that's illustrious mountain. He's still at least 3 years away from being climbed if if
true.
Yarraville can start a run.
Yeah, look, a terrific match. Final scores will be put on the board as we go, but it is somewhat immaterial. Deer Park have been a stellar team over the last 3 seasons. Yarraville Footscray have found their measure for the 2024 BCiB Metropolitan Premier Division final. It is heading to the kennel, and the doggies are the victors. Congratulations to them. Lee SCHRANER for Deer Park had a rink win 21-17 over Nathan Black. Mark Casey and Brett Marnie is the rink that won't play the last end. It'll end up probably being a rink win in the books to Mark Casey. But the damage was done for Cohen Litfin and Craig Mills with respective victories in their rinks. And they have got Yarraville Footscray over the line. Can I thank everyone who's helped produce all our streaming on BVTV this year, of course, Moama Bowls Club and Dandenong Club, who power our stream. Can I thank Josh and Brad, who produce the show week in, week out. We really do appreciate it. And our host of commentators that have joined in. And can I thank everybody who has joined in the comments throughout the season. We see some really good comments. Unfortunately, we see some lousy ones every now and again, but you'll know who you are with the lousy comments. And those who have put in good comments and made us laugh and been a part of the giggle over the journey, we do appreciate your time. On behalf of Bowls Victoria, the BCiB Metropolitan Premier Division final has been run and won. Our congratulations to Yarraville Footscray, the winners of 2024-25. Glenn, we bid you good night. Thank you very much for your commentary. To all our viewers, we look forward to seeing you again on BVTV.